Hola, minasan! Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back for another round of hanging out here on the set of the Splatterbomb Lounge. And as you can all see, today is a very big day for me because I finally got something that can actually help me out do all of this. Yeah, let me move back a bit more. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm falling over. No, I'm not. I'm not falling over. You probably didn't even hear me because I'm like 10 miles away from the mic. But yes, here are all my retro consoles. Some of them are actually behind these leaning towers of consoles, like my Turbo-Grafx and N64. But yeah, these are my retro consoles. Well, I don't know if the Wii counts as retro. I don't know if the Wii counts as retro, but the rest are all retro. Although I don't know, everybody's been arbitrary with the definition of retro. And how this is going to happen is with this little puppy here, which I can't bring any closer, but if you could see it, this here is the Retrotink. Here we go. There we go. Let's see if I can straighten this out without busting it or anything. A little to the side. How about that? How's that? I don't know. You know what? I could do one better. Let me bring you closer. There we are. There we go. This is it. This is more behind the scenes stuff, so I'm not worried about what's being shown behind the scenes, but here we are. This is the Retrotink 5X Pro with S-card adapter attached that you get additionally. Yes, that is a Stream Deck you're looking at. Okay. This is what it looks like behind the scenes, off the camera. That I try not to expose too much of. You can see the lamp. But this little puppy here is called the Retrotink, made by Mike Chi. Very expensive. This is an investment. This is not something you casually buy. The cost of the Retrotink, you're better off buying a console or getting an Evercade or something like that. Invest in those instead. You know, in that regard. Let me just make sure I can get the little tweak. Oops, sorry about the little flash there. Okay, I think that did it. That did it. No. Let me inch that over a bit more. Hold on a second. Maybe it'll make my life easier by looking this view. There we go. And there we are. How do I look? Is my head chopped off? My head's chopped off by the mic. Oh no, my head's chopped off. Now I'm just a headless body. Okay, so if you've gone to my YouTube channel channels, all three of them, and you've been seeing my videos for the most part, this is what I've been using for upscalers for the consoles. Well, some of the consoles. Let's see here. I was using this little puppy here. This little puppy here is a composite upscaler. That's for the yellow, white, and red. Yellow, white, and red. AV composite cables. They look like this. Oh, perfect. Here. No, not this one. Sorry. Ooh. Hold on a second. I should have brought that other cable. So I wouldn't have to risk things falling all over the place. I know I got one around here. Here we are. So I won't have to accidentally break stuff. There we go. There we go. Yeah. So it's these little guys here. Basically every system in the late 80s and throughout the 90s and 2000s, well, even to this day, quite honestly, still have this utilized. A lot of TVs like my Vizio, and I got this Vizio last year, still have the jacks, the sockets for this. But this is the composite, as you can see. For many of you, the earliest known ones you've seen was on the Nintendo Entertainment System, for some reason, Nintendo Entertainment System only had two colors. Yeah, no, I believe it was yellow and white. They didn't have the red one. But these two are your audio, and the yellow one is always your video. And I was using this little upscaler that I got off old Amazon to do the whole thing for retro games. Most specifically, Dreamcast and Sonic Adventure. So, and it was good. It was okay. You know, it was doing its job. You know, it was doing its job for the most part. Maybe I'll just sit you right up there. So it was doing its job for the most part, but you know, thankfully, you know, it wasn't like all screwy looking, like snow and whatnot. But it still wasn't perfect either. It still wasn't a perfect device either. Let me see here. I'm trying to move myself, bring the mic a little closer, bring myself a little closer to the mic. You know, so. This was what I was using for some of the retro games. The other one that I was using is this little one here that I got also off of Amazon. This is the component cables. This gives you the progressive scans. I use this primarily for my GameCube here. I don't know if you can see it, but this is what the official Nintendo component cable looks like. As you can see, it's got the blue, red, and green like this. It looks just like that. But you'll also see that there's a red and white one, and that's for the audio. And for some dumb reason, just to note, particularly for the GameCube though, more specifically for the GameCube. This is the official GameCube component, because if you see the socket here, that's specifically for the component cable for that Nintendo manufactured and sold in their official Nintendo store, which back in the early 2000s was not something you would find on the internet. I could tell you that much. It's not like today's Nintendo store where it's just easy to find. Like, you had to really dig. You know, it wasn't like, let me put it like this. You wouldn't go to Nintendo.com back in the early 2000s and you would see a little link that says store. You'd have to go, you would have to like deep dive into their website to find the store. The address was store.nintendo.com. And it was there that I was able to get key parts because, you know, I read the writing on the wall. Like, for example, I went and I bought the, I had the chance at that time. They still had these available for the NES, these the bone controllers. So I got that for my NES to replace the old squares, because the squares were starting to look a little iffy, so to speak. And because I had invested, you know, into the GameCube at that time, and I saw that, you know, that I had the thing, and I had a television. Well, you know, it gave me progressive scan at 480p. It gave me the progressive scan at 480p. So I went ahead and bought the official component cable. But if you notice on the Nintendo's official cable, see, this is what it looks like. If you notice, there's something actually oddly missing from these wires. Now remember what I showed you here. You got the red, green, and blue, and then there's also the white and yellow. See what's missing? You see this, Nintendo? You see what you're missing on the GameCube here? You see what you're missing? You're missing the yellow and white wires. You sold an official component cable for the GameCube, and you didn't put in attach the red and white wires. You want to know how you want to get the red and white wires, everybody? You want to know how you get the red and white wires? Here, you take this, okay? You take this, see? This is what you use on your Super Nintendo, your N64, and your GameCube, all right? You see, here's the red and white wires, and you attach that, you attach that to the GameCube. You attach it right back here with the GameCube. You attach it back here with the GameCube. Alongside with the component cable, you gotta fill both of those slots up, and then you have your audio. So it looks like this. it looks like this. Here, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like when you attach it all together. There you go. See? You attach these two together, and now you got your red and white audio, and you got your component. And you don't use the yellow wire whatsoever. So you got this little yellow wire here dangling. It dangles. Come on, Nintendo. Come on. You were smarter than this. You're smarter than this. You know? And don't give me this, oh, we're just cutting corners. Yeah, cutting corners. Lazy. That was laziness. You know, that's why your GameCube didn't do so well, because you made decisions like that. Why'd you even bother making the GameCube if you were gonna shortchange it? Half butt it. Sorry, I don't curse around here unless it's naturally happens. I'm sorry to all the people who love cursing that I didn't curse and use the A word. No, that's my, that's one of my big criticisms regarding Nintendo's approach to GameCube. I mean, you're using progressive scan, and let me tell you something. Some of those games look really nice on progressive scan on the GameCube, but you set yourself apart from your competition, particularly Sony PlayStation 2, who also uses progressive scan. Although from what I hear, it's primarily interlacing, but still, you got a good crisp system here, and you're offering up progressive scan for the latest TVs of that time, 480p rather than 480i, and you just not only make it very hard to find the cable, not only did you make it very hard to find that specific cable to accommodate that one specific slot, but you don't even give it the audio cords connected to that wire. Yeah, well, but with regards to component, because I will be operating the GameCube, the Wii, if I ever decide to go with it, and the PS2, which I got a component cable for that as well. Where are you at? Oh, here we are. There we go. Let's see. There we go. See, we got the. Well, you got the picture here. Oh no! Don't fall over! Don't fall over! Everything's falling over! Oh my gosh! This live stream is failing! The live stream is failing! Abort! Abort! Here we are. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, so here's the PlayStation 2, which for all intents and purposes has the red and white. See, you can see it right here. See, it's got all of its cables. So I've been so yeah, this is that's for the PlayStation 2. And of course, I got the component for the Wii, which Nintendo did get right. They got all five cords off of one, all 5 cords. So, yep, there it is. All right. So, in every sense of the word, the whole entire mission of getting the Retrotink here. This beautiful Retrotink is to no longer use these upscalers anymore. Not to use these upscalers. I never really got to fully try the GameCube games with this upscaler. I was primarily playing the GameCube, the Game Boy, using the Game Boy Player, playing Game Boy games like Game & Watch Gallery 4 here, off the Game Boy Player, because Game Boy is cool. Because the Game Boy is cool. So, here we go. So this is intended to be a messy stream. I'm not concerned about, hiding the behind the scenes stuff. So if you end up seeing something like my chair over here, see my chair over there and be like, what's going on with the stream? Why is this so messy? This is deliberate. This is all deliberate because I'm not expecting this to be spectacular. I just want this to be fun, and most importantly, a big time test. This is a big time test because the reason it is because there are other Retrotink models that Mike G came up with, and the key issue that Mike G brought up regarding at least the 2X Pros, which is one of his, which is his composite exclusive model. There's no, it doesn't do. I don't think it only does component and composite. I think. Oh, 2X. No, that's the 2X widescreen. That's its maximum, but it's also the cheapest of the two between the 5X and the Pro and the 2X Pro. But the thing that he pointed out on his website, and I don't know if that's been rectified or anything, and he didn't update his website, or if anybody has tested out, because I've been going through all the Retrotink videos, and nobody is really making it very clear. But he says that the Elgato capture card, which is what I use, doesn't cooperate with his Retrotinks. With his Retrotink devices, but I don't know what these video guys are doing. So I did do just the recording tests. I didn't, not a streaming test, but just a regular recording test, and all the consoles came out fine, and many of them looked very gorgeous. And I say many of them because only one of them, one of the 8, well, I gotta try and figure out how to rectify it. It's a very typical issue with the old Nintendo, and it's very old, and I'm not alone in it. A lot of Nintendo owners are having the same issue, so it's not that big a deal. Oh, and also the Atari, but that's due to age. I chalk that up to age, although I think I might have messed it up a little bit. Ew. So that's the whole point here. The whole point is to test this whole entire stream, every single one, to see which ones cooperate, and hopefully it'll cooperate. Because here's the thing, because I know Twitch has the tendency to not cooperate. I'm still operating on 720p instead of 1080p. I did test out 1080p at one point, and it was just so horrifying watching all that stuttering. I was noticing the stuttering going on. Is okay, I'll stick to 720p until I get up to affiliate or something. Hopefully, when I get up to affiliate, I'll be able to have access to 1080p source with no trouble at all in their service, and I can actually do something. Yeah, before I even begin on that one, the quest for, I reduced the quest for followers down to 4, so I'm looking for the 4th follower. Who will be the lucky number 4? I don't know. You lurkers got to come on in. You got to lurk. You lurkers got to stop the lurking and start saying hi. Once again, thanks to all the follower, to my everyone who clicked on the follow button. I know many of you who you lurkers are looking as no, I thank them, and I thank you lurkers for swinging on by and watching the show and checking out and see if this is something you'd like. So the whole entire mission is to test everything out. I'm gonna see how they all look. And what I did was went through my catalog, and I pulled out 3 games, just 3 games, to test all 3 out on the system, just to make sure that there's no weird hiccups. Saying just because one game worked doesn't mean all the games work. Maybe certain games don't work. Who knows? I mean, that's how it is with the Game Boy player. Nintendo makes it very clear that older Game Boy games might not be as effective or efficient on the Game Boy player. So I have to think of it like that with regards to all these consoles. So it's going to be a very long night. It's a very crowded night, and chances are I might be getting up. I put these all out here. I put them all out here so I wouldn't have to get up over and over and over again. I get up, pick up the system, bring it over here, test it out, get up, put it back into, so instead of doing all that, I took the gamble. I'm gambling here because this is a recipe for disaster given that these are old consoles, that if they fall over and break, that's the end. I'm doing this all for you, my viewers, my fellow viewers, my future potential fans, and so on. I'm doing this all for you and your entertainment. To poke and laugh at me if I screw up and everything falls down. Ah, boy. Someone help me. Okay, so how we're gonna begin? Let's see. No, 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 no. So the blue screen that you see there, that's the Retrotink in action. That's the beauty about this Retrotink, is that I could be able to swap systems without having to shut down the stream. That's another good thing about the Retrotink, because the composite and component cables are all tied together. I don't have to worry about shutting down if I want to do a full-on swap live stream. In fact, just to give you all an idea of what's going on in the back here, this is a pretty cool thing that's going on back here. So you'll probably notice that there's five sockets rather than 6, given that you got the yellow. And what Mike Chi did was pretty freaking ingenious. And he was able to have this little green middle here double up for the yellow jack for the composite cables. So you could put red, white, and yellow in the middle, or you could put all 5 components right across the board. But I'm most likely probably going to test out the S-cart adapter. I have it set to go in. But I do have a major issue. I don't know if one day, Mike Chi, you come across this video on YouTube and you're watching this like 10 years down the line or something, you're still messing around with the Retrotinks. Your adapter is pretty loose when it's attached to this. It doesn't stay, it's not securely firmed in. So I'm very skittish about using the S-cart adapter for the live streams. Quite honestly. Because some of the systems, the N64, if I remember correctly, the Super Nintendo, and I think the Dreamcast, I think those 3 systems use S-cart. That's why I bought the S-cart. They have that S-cart mechanism inside, even though they don't use the actual S-cart cord. And I'm hearing that, and from what I've seen in YouTube videos, the S-cart is supposed to be the superior over the composites. But the fact that this thing doesn't feel so secured in when I press, like it doesn't lock in and stay firm in place. It's just, look at, you see how it just twiddles around. If you see me twiddling around, I know you're saying, well, stop moving it, but that's not the point. The point is that it should stay firmly in place. You see this here? You see this? That's firmly in place. I can't wiggle it. It stays in place. This should not be, going up and down. You know what I'm saying? It should stay firmly in place. And the reason why I point that out is because I want to be able to remove the cords when I want to put them away. And the last thing I need is when I'm pulling the cords out, this thing bends these. You know what I'm saying? Last thing I want is these getting bent just for trying to pull out the cords. So that's my main concern. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I know I could just pull the whole S-cart out before pulling out the cords and pull the cords, but that's not the point. This is no devices should have any attachments be loose and wiggling at all. That's quality control there. That's a quality control issue. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the components, because I got the GameCube and the Wii here, and I got the PlayStation 2 all front and center, so that way I could clear them out, and then going to deal with the composites after that, and then finally we're going to go all the way back to the past with the NES and Atari. Because they're a little bit more unusual in terms of setup compared to some of these. And also, if you're wondering how I'm gonna plug this all in, I brought my serger up here, so I don't have to run all the way back around. See, that's the key thing. Is not to get up and run back and forth while doing all of this. Hence why this is all a big risk, having everything on here at once, because if this all falls over and break, bye bye retros. All right, we'll start with the Wii. Adam Wii. No one messes with Adam Wii. Man, I went to New York the last New York Comic Con I went to, which was many years ago. That was 2015. That was the last time I went to Comic Con, actually. New York Comic Con, not the San Diego Comic Con. New York Comic Con, and Adam West was actually there to promote the release, the DVD or was it Blu-ray DVD release of his Batman show. And I was like really stoked because when I was a little kid, I used to watch that in reruns. They used to show reruns on Channel 11, and I used to watch that a lot. So seeing Adam West live, let me tell you something. That man is a treasure. You want to talk about grace and I just got a nasty little warning there from OBS. Don't you dare, OBS. Don't you dare. It just gave me an encoding warning, the OBS. Don't you dare do this, okay? This is my time to shine. So, yeah, but as I was saying, we want to talk about grace and professionalism from him. Most people, they say, I always end up seeing actors being like, "Oh, I hate this role," or "I hate these scenes." This man loved being Batman. He loved it. He loved being with his co-stars and his guest stars. And let me tell you something. He has nothing but love and respect. Had nothing but love and respect for all the other Batman actors. Just hearing him, pointing that out, how great they were, and how how happy he was seeing them and meeting them and so on. I mean, that's a cool guy. He was a pretty swell guy. You know what I mean? And one of the things he pointed out in the Q&A session, one of his favorite moments while doing the filming, he said, was the famous pie fight with Cesar Romero and I think Burgess Meredith and all those others. Now, to put into context, Cesar Romero, I think Lee Merriweather, Burgess Meredith, Gershwin, who played the Riddler. These were very, very, very famous Hollywood stars of that time. They were very big time names of that time in Hollywood, and he said that they had the greatest time of their lives doing the whole pie fight scene with him, where they were just throwing pies at each other and such. And that's such a nice thing to hear about Hollywood stars. Unlike today's Hollywood stars, it's like a crapshoot. You either get a gracious one, or you get that I'm too good for the plebes kind of thing. It's like, and I'm like, professionalism, please. Let me tell you something. Watching these celebrities, I try to pay attention to them, because I know someday I might hit the luck. The lightning will hit the bottle. I'll get that lightning in the bottle, and and I'll achieve good fortune. And paying attention to the behaviors of these celebrities and such is something to learn from, so as to not do that, so as to not be like them. Not to do what they do, because I want fans. You know what I'm saying? I would love for well, not me personally having fans, but more so of my characters, like these guys down below here in Savage Strikers, to have fans. My characters in Splattermom, to have fans. I want to see people. I want Handy to have a plush doll, and I want to see kids hug that plush doll. You know what I'm saying? Be like, I love Handy, and they're hugging that plush doll and everything. They're walking around with it and so on. I want to see people, picking up Savage Strikers, and they're sitting there on the table and they're having an all-out battle with a crowd around them, and hear someone say, "Yo, that's my character. I made that character." That kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what you know what I'm saying. I want that. I want to see that. I want to see those smiles, man. You know what I'm saying? And I want to be, and that make me happy. You know what I'm saying? Because these creations of mine, it's a beautiful thing. The Impossible Man. I want to see people buy the Impossible Man and sit there in a table and reading that. I want people talking about it, sharing what they're thinking, and so on. You know. All right, Nintendo Wii. Nintendo Wii. I gotta synchronize, don't I? Recognize. Testify. Now, this is coming off of the component cables. As you can see here, if you can see it, component cables. As you can see, all 5 are being used, just like that. Gosh, I forgot how annoying the setup can be for the Wii. Make sure I'm pointing at the thing, huh? There we go. Because they made the sync button so tiny on the. There we go. There we are. Yeah, this is the one that I'm the most disappointed with. It looks so squished. This is the one that I'm the most disappointed with, and I don't know if I'm going to even bother overall, because the Wii U has the backwards compatibility to the Switch, and I did do a test run with that on Monday, this past Monday, with Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. And if you watch the Tatsunoko vs. Capcom live stream, you will see a stark difference between the two regarding the widescreen. I don't know why there's no widescreen going on here. Okay, so this is the Retrotink in action. Now this here is the remote that comes with the Retrotink. It comes with the buttons needed to make adjustments, as you can see here. The left button brings up the main menu. The home menu automatically takes you to the input source straight up. As you can see, this is YPBR. This is also SDP. You get the audio, but you don't get the sound. I'm not sure what the SDP means, but you set this to YPBR and you're good to go. What's good about the Retrotink is that you don't need to go through any major setups. It's already set up as it is. You just make whatever necessary. Sorry, I'm in the wrong part here. Here we go. Here we go. So you got your output resolution. So you can actually, set it up like this. Fill, under. As you can see there. That actually helps out a bit, but it creates this unusual box. To me, that's kind of annoying. Minimum lag. I still haven't figured that one out. You get 1200p, 720p, and 480p. So and if I recall correctly, you could get it a little higher, up to 4K from what I heard. The latest update lets you do that. Scaling. Here's the scaling if you want to, stretch, move things around. Crop. As you can see, the borders are what moves around. You see, you got the vertical and the horizontal size. This is where you can really stretch everything out. So, yeah. See, it's all nice and stretched out, and then you come over here and no, not this one. No, then you go to the position, and then you start moving everything over. Yeah, and then you start messing with the whole widescreen and whatnot. But let's come over here. Where it says save? No. It's over here in the load. load. You can set everything back to default. See, bam, and then you can start over again if it didn't turn out the way you wanted it to turn out. The profile saves. You can save your settings, and you can load your settings. But that's your scaling, and then you got your interpolation and de-interpolation. So you could go medium, soft, smooth. Here's soft. This is smooth. This is sharp. It's very noticeable if you pay attention to the words and numbers, more so than the games itself. This is medium, sharp, smooth. Yeah, I try to keep it on smooth, but I don't know if that's even relevant for the Wii or component. Well, the component, yeah. Motion adaptation. That's the one that a lot of the Retrotink users recommend you stay on at all costs and not go on to other ones like Weave, Blend, Bob, and Smooth Bob. I don't know who Bob is, but he ain't got no hope here. And of course, you got the Bob offset and Bob scanline. Yeah, all these Bobs are terrible, man. Mr. Scanline, would you change yourself into another section? No, I will not. Okay, Mr. Scanline. Got de-interlacing, post de-interlacing, CRT. But there's really no need to screw around for the most part, unless you got like some hyperactive super television. Then you got the samplings here. Now what the samplings do is that they have presets for whatever consoles you're using. So this is the generic DTV generic 16.9. Oh, there we go. Well, that seems a little stretched, doesn't it? And generic 4.3. But the other systems with other console systems, especially the composites, you'll see different types of stuff. Post processing. I guess this is I'm not familiar with this, but I guess it has to deal with gamma. How the screen processes. The SDTV decoder, video ADC. I'm not very familiar with those, even though I've watched the videos. I still can't wrap my head around it. And of course, HDMI, which again everyone says keep the triple buffer. Not much has to be done with this. This is how much clocks in and so on. And then finally the OSD on-screen display. And then you got your status, which you can check out your whole entire the whole type process. It's 1080p. Saying like what it's really doing and such. And there's the ticks per frame. And finally the about. What is all this about? It's about Retrotink. The nice little animation going across there. All right. So yeah, I mean, I don't. This is why I'm considering not going into the Wii itself, and just go through the Wii U, because if you just see this here, I have to go through all kinds of crazy settings and adjustments and everything, and I don't feel like I'm guaranteed anything in terms of the perfect clarity, so to speak. I mean, this is still 480 for all intents and purposes, because this is really an upgraded GameCube, which I'm not even gonna bother putting the GameCube games on, because I got the GameCube system itself, and I'm using that for the Game Boy player. There we go. Now the volume is very low. I got it set to negative 35 decibels, because I know that some games are going to explode in terms of sound, and I'll get drowned out. Completely. So I don't want to take any chances here with that. So but let's just get a good look at how this. There we go. And also, I don't have any of my I don't have most of my systems don't have the memory cards attached. I don't want to risk losing any type of data or something, even though I'll probably just start the games all over again. But my point is that I don't want any complications. So this is Super Mario Galaxy, and wow, yeah, it looks really nice. Just look at that. I'm sure probably if I stretch it, you know what? Let me get a good look here. That's what it looks like. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, the stretch doesn't really do it justice, quite honestly. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think the stretch is not very good. If you could, let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's enlarging the pixels, but this looks a lot more crisper, a lot more cleaner. Let's take a look at the. I'm not gonna. Oh. Point at screen. Oh, I do have my save data here. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Well, let's go into the save data. Yes, play this file. So let's just get a good look at. Ew. I forgot this thing makes the noise. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. I don't know. Yeah, see, it looks a lot more pixelated this way. Like really pixelated. Look at poor Rosalina. Could really see the pixelated pixelations. Still, it looks nice and clean. It really does look nice and clean. But how does it look when? There we go. Yeah. I don't know. I think the Wii U at least does a little bit more with it, since it's coming off of the 1080p. I'm not sure if it upscales. I might have to consider checking that out. How's the text looked here? Oh, this is good. But I definitely don't want to play it like this. With the with this aspect ratio. Okay, let's quit. No. Yeah. Yeah. Reset. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Wii menu. All right. Let's eject that. Now, my first TV that I had that had progressive scanning was 480. It was a 480p, and I was using that, with this component cable. However, my TV stunk because it always kept on. I'm not sure what it is about the. Well, it's definitely not the Wii U in and of itself, but the way that it was that the TV was receiving the component cable, the whole entire thing, because it would turn off the TV while I would be in mid game. So whenever I would see a cutscene, like in Metroid Other M or No More Heroes, or I would see, try to watch some of the bonus stuff, it turned off on its own because it couldn't handle the progressive scan. of the Wii, and that really annoyed me because I missed out on so much plot and important stuff. Get over here. Hold on. Maybe if I do this, this will help. There we go. So I'm like missing out on the important plot stuff. I might give the no, I don't have to. I don't have to. It's because the Wii U's over there. I ain't dragging that Wii U over here. it's already established. We established that. Interesting that there's this blue line here on the side. Okay, I have to do it this way. So here we are, Metroid Other M. Boo! Boo! Alright. That's where I'm at in Other M. Start game. Oh yeah, if you're wondering if I'm gonna replay these games from scratch, I've already been doing that for some of these games. So for some of the games that I had, they're like Sonic Adventure. So the answer is yes. I'll be revisiting these games from scratch. Ooh. Man, I hate the way that sounds. Let's see here. How does it look? Yeah, it's very noticeable. It's very noticeable. It looks crisp and clear in 4.3, but when it stretches out, yeah, it looks fuzzy. It looks pretty fuzzy. Me no like fuzziness. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a component, and that's why I'm probably gonna stick with the Wii U in terms of doing it. How does she stretch out? Let's see how she looks stretched out. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Ho ho ho. Oh, that is not good. That is not good. That is so blatantly obvious. It looks nice at 4.3, but yeah, you don't want to stretch this. I mean, it looks nice for what it's trying to do, but yeah. Ah, man, I could barely see her. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's not good. Oh. Oh. Now saving. Crap. I didn't want to save. I didn't want it to save. Oh, well. Let's reset. Yeah. I didn't want it to save. Now it's going to say 2022 instead of when it was last done. Okay. Dang it. Clip, clip. Here we are. And one last check. Muramasa the Demon Blade. I actually really like this game. This was a pretty cool game. I'm surprised that did it get released in the other consoles? No, only on the Wii, right? Or one more, I think. Well, anyway. Point is, it's an awesome game. Let's see how this looks. I probably have to attach. Do I have to attach? Yep, gotta attach. There. Oh, I could have hooked up the GameCube controller on this one. That's cool. That's right. It uses the GameCube controller. Well, that's the good thing. That's a good thing. Use marvelous. Answer the call of the Demon Blade. Ooh. Ooh, now this one looks real gorgeous. Muramasa, the Demon Blade. Wow, that was brief. It's like Side the Hedgehog. You gotta be quick about it. This in game, sure. Vanillaware. Oh man. Oh, yeah, this is only for the brave. Shootout mode. Oh man. Gosh, the epicness. Kisuke and Momohime. Yeah, I'll just go in here. Pandemonium of the Demon Blade. Just... No. 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 You sure? No. I don't... No. Just let me out. Dang it. That's not what I wanted. Dang it. I mean, look at 2009. That was the last time I played it. Yeah, okay. See, that's why I don't want to delete my data. It's memory lane. 2009. That was the last time I played that. It's been, what, 12 years? Jeez. 12 years. 13 years, isn't it? Oh, I know I won't be doing voice acting on this one. Yeah, let me just fly through this here. There we go. Dang it, let me get out of here. You gonna let me play this game or not? Oh, there we go. Yes, thank you. I'm like, why am I not playing? There's so much dialogue going on here. I want to see some gameplay action. Oh my gosh. Get. I love you, game, but you gotta let me get into this here. Oh, right, I have to press up. jump. Alright, that's good enough. That's good enough. You saw enough. Alright, Wii menu. Alright, so that's the Wii. Now we know what the Wii looks like. We won't be doing the Wii itself. We'll stick with Wii U. Because I don't want to go through the whole process of adjusting. The Retrotink, just so that way I can get the proper, a nice, good, proper widescreen with clarity. I think that's too much work. I think that's way too much work for a system. Just to pull off a system, but at least now it is very clear that this works on Elgato through the live stream with no trouble at all. There we go. Pluck this out. All right, and then let me just move this out very carefully. All right, so this is the fun part. This is where I end up getting up and moving along here, and put this back in place. Yeah. Here we go. La 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 la. La 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 la. There we go. I could just move this over here. Here we go. So, yep. That's the only time I'll be getting up is to do this. Because I need some room. And I'll move the cords over here. I'll put these cords over here for now. Right here on the floor. Away from my feet. There we go. There we go. So that was the Wii. Put that down there. Okay. Whew. All right. Yeah, don't hesitate to. For those of you on YouTube, probably watching this on YouTube, don't be afraid to comment what you think, what you saw in the old Retrotink there. Next up, GameCube. There we go. Careful. Now, if you're wondering why, for those of you who have seen previous live stream with the GameCube, why I have a silver one instead of the purple one, that's because the purple one keeps going out of alignment, and I need to get that all my controllers repaired, both that and the black one, because it's annoying. Move the games over to here. There we go. All right. That's dang it, get over there. That's the N64 controller. It's being a little pain in the butt here. All right. So let's move the controller here. Yeah. Okay. And here we go. All right. Let's start first with the composite cables, because screw you, Nintendo, and your weird ways. Okay, so plug that in here. Take this and plug that in here, just like that. All right. I brought my Game Boy games over to test out, and I forgot to get the very most important thing for the Game Boy games, and that was the startup disc, because I'm a moron. Here we go. Alright. So now we're going to take the audio here. Okay, throw that to the side. That was the yellow cord. That is this yellow cord here. That's not going to see any use whatsoever. Okay. And I'm going to attach these to here. And then I'm going to take the official component cables. Where are you guys at? Here we go. Here we are. Yep. Here are these guys here. And they go into these parts. 1, 2, and 3. Just like that. Alright. And here is... That's too much for one thing. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is too much for one thing. Let me get the let me get the Game Boy disc there. Da 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 da. Copyright Retrotink. Can't do Indiana Jones theme without a copyright claim happening. Here we go. All right, so got the Game Boy startup disc, but we're not gonna do that first. First, we're gonna do the games. I just gotta drag them over here for a second. Here we go. There we are. There we go. Let's see what we're gonna start off with. All right. Okay. Let me move these up here. Okay. And. Whew. Yeah. So big thanks to Game Zone, video game hobby store in Hillsdale, New Jersey. They took care of my internal calendar issue here. When the battery died on both this and the both the GameCube and the Dreamcast, their batteries died, and they replaced the batteries. So now I don't have any trouble with having to reset the clock, with resetting the calendar, because that was really annoying to do. Good old options and such. This is one of the most coolest things. Now that I got this set up, the thing about GameCube, and I think it's because of the fact that they have the composite, because you got to use the composite cables to get the audio, and thus by extension, you got the yellow video out. Oh, hello there. What happened to you? Ooh, you got all this crust here. This is not good. Hold on, let me pull this out. I don't want that falling on the disc there. There we go. Ooh, where did this crust come from on my disc? This is not good. There we go. Good thing is that this crust that I'm looking at. The good thing is that this crust that I'm looking at is on this side and not on this side. That's the miracle. That's the miracle. But yeah, as I was saying, big thanks. Let's see. I already did the big thanks to Game Zone in Hillsdale, New Jersey. If you guys want to go check them out. I think it's Broadway. I can't remember the street name. I think it's Broadway in Hillsdale. But what I do know is that they're right across the street from the New Jersey Transit rail station, Hillsdale Rail Station, right across the street. Not hard to miss. I believe it's called the Pascack Valley Line. You take the Pascack Valley line up to Hillsdale, and they're right across the street. Well, not directly across the street. You still have to, it's diagonal across the street. Like, you'll see the park, and then they're across the street from the park. But the train station, they're right there on the intersection. They're not hard to miss. Their sign is extremely big. Their sign is extremely big, and thanks to them, I got battery life for the GameCube and Dreamcast, and they fixed up my Super Nintendo, which had a major issue. Now, getting over to here, I think it's because of the stupid way Nintendo does set up the progressive scan. You gotta hold the B button down. Some of them will register it and will ask you if you want the progressive scan. But for some stuff, you have to hold down the B button as soon as you activate it in order to get the progressive scan going. In order to get that progressive scan going, and it'll to pull up the prompt. That's why look at this here. Look at Wave Race. Just take a look at this, man. See, enable progressive scan, and that's enabled. Okay. Sorry, I went a little too fast, but you can pause it. So how does it look? Well, it looks really nice. They really captured the waving, all the waves. There, let's see here. Let's see here. Let's go to. You could now here you could, I think you can see the difference. Yeah, it's a little, it's slight, it's very slight, but if you look very carefully, you can really see the pixelation. Like, you can see the jaggedness if you notice on his wave race there, his Kawasaki, whatever it's called. You see that the lines are perfectly straight angles, and when you hit it to smooth, yeah, you still see the grooves, but it's kind of blurred out a bit. Not wholly blurred, but it's like it's trying to. It feels like it's trying to deliberately round off the pointy ends of the squares, as you can see here, just to give it that smoothness. But yeah, it's pretty obvious on there. Here we go. Here we go.
Let's go.
So it's looking good so far on Twitch. I don't see any hiccups. Yeah, the only hiccup I had was that one encoding situation. When it popped up saying that encoding warning. So yeah, the OBS. I guess OBS is like a hit or miss kind of thing. Oh man, just look at that. Just look at that.
Welcome to Dolphin Park.
Ooh. Just look at the water. Dang. Do some quick dang, look at how it splashes. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, no. Ooh. Okay. No, I can't do a stunt. Okay. So, yeah, that looks actually pretty good. That looks pretty good on the Twitch there. Alright. I need to look at the Twitch. Yeah, so it looked good on the Twitch. It looked really good. Hit the reset button. Okay. Okay. go. Now, this one is actually kind of annoying me. And this is Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. And you'll see why. I'm hoping maybe it won't do it, but it's going to do it. Now, you saw how nice and big the screen was with Wave Race 64, right? Well, wait till you see how Resident Evil looks. Oh. So, there it is. Would you like to display in progressive scan mode? The answer is yes. Yes, please. And then it tells you that it's on. Continue without saving. I'm not concerned about saving. Yep, look at the box. Just look at the box. This is like this. It's exactly like this the whole entire game. Like it's not even trying. You'll see once it starts. Here we go. Gonna go through the whole cutscene, and you'll see the gameplay screen. When get to that gameplay screen.
1998. I'll never forget it. It was the year when those.
It looks really good. It looks really good for being on the GameCube.
Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the International Pharmaceutical Enterprise.
Again, this should be on smoothing.
The virus broke
Yep.
out in a nearby mountain
See?
community, Raccoon City.
This is sharp, and that's smooth. So,
Devastating.
yeah, like this Retrotink right off the box. You don't have to really do so much tweaking. You know what I'm saying? Just change a couple of things, and make sure it's set to the proper chord, and then that's it.
With the whole affair gone public,
It's pretty mind
the
blowing.
United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished.
Yeah, I don't even know if this really honestly is acceptable. I mean, I could lighten the box up on the OBS, but I'm not feeling it. I don't want to mess around with my OBS settings. You know what I'm saying? It's hard enough as it is juggling the whole thing.
I received special training via a
So,
secret
see?
organization
You see what I mean?
control of the president.
It's
I
just
was
this
assumed the
small
responsibility of
box.
protecting the new president's family.
And you saw with Wave Race, it covered up and down at least, you know, in terms of 4:3 aspect ratio. But on the OBS, woo, man, like, it looks really nice on the OBS. It looks a little different for me on the TV because it's Vizio. I'm assuming maybe if I were to get like another TV or a monitor, it'll probably match the same look and feel that the OBS is generating. But the important thing for me is that the OBS looks good. You know, that looks good on the OBS, which is what all of you are watching from. And as long as that's satisfied with you, I mean, I know I'm not gonna have my own experience. You know what I'm saying? See, now if I do a generic 16:9, it really stretches out. Oof. Woof. I could tell you that much. It looks like I'm looking through a mesh screen from a screen door. Ew. Look how they stretch. Yeah, that's the only... Yeah. Yeah, look at his head. Just look at his head stretching out. Yeah, they got oval heads here. Oh, exit out of that.
She's being withheld by some unidentified group of people. Who would have thought that my first job...
I'm not sure if I'll ever get the... I doubt I'll ever get a good setting out of this.
It's freezing. Cold all of a sudden.
Just waiting for the gameplay here.
Must be my imagination. Sorry it took
I don't know. Can I skip all of this? No, right? Because this is the first time. I want to get to the gameplay. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, see? You see? It doesn't change the screen size. It just stays like this. Let me yeah, see, I only have controller audio. All I have is controller yeah, that's all I do is give controller setup, brightness adjustment, and audio setup. No screen. So, I'm stuck like this. Unless I tinker around with the whole thing, and as you see, it just stretches out way too much. And then there's the cutscene, and then it puts me back into the game screen. Nothing changed. They just kept it like this. And I can understand. And I can understand why, because the GameCube played off of the CRTs. They played off the CRTs at the time, and so this whole screen box was to accommodate the CRTs, meaning that the edges, this whole entire black border that I'm looking at the screen would have been stretched out, while the letter box covered the top and the bottom, like protected the top and the bottom kind of thing. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'll be playing this. I might have to consider maybe double dipping, just for you guys. Just for you guys in that regard. There we go. So you can have a more proper, larger, cleaner screen. I thought about putting on Star Wars, but I'm a little worried about the copyrights. At least, I mean, I thought about it. Star Wars looked real freaking gorgeous, but I wanted to Zelda Twilight Princess, since that was the one with the most hype with regards to Serious Link instead of Kitty Link. Toon Link, who wants to play SpongeBob Link? That's not hardcore. Do you want to display game progressive mode? The answer is yes. I like to tease. I like to tease. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, press A button. There we go. Nintendo. Being hardcore is in the eye of the beholder. My gosh, man, Nintendo. Now look how nice and wide this box is. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Beautifully done. Gosh, that landscaping. As we stare at annihilation. Send in the I forgot what the name of the team was called that was sent in. Yeah, press start. Let's see here. Yeah, look at how the letters stretch out and get all blurry looking. At least from my point of view, they look blurry. They probably might look clear on there. Yeah. Output. Yeah, you can see the pixelation. If you look at the E, there in memory, you can see how it's all pixelated, but when it's smoothed out. What's going on here? Yes, we're gonna pick Link. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. I'm not good multitasker. I am not good multitasker at all. Epona. Don't care about the brightness. Let's get to the gameplay. Oh, hold on a second. Let's just look at the cutscene first. But at least I could skip, so. Do you ever feel fresh? So yeah, the cutscene. So the cutscene has the same exact aspect ratio as Resident Evil 4, but then let me just move a little bit more. So now, oh, there we go. Now, here's the gameplay itself. Why is Resident Evil not doing that? I don't understand. I don't understand why they went with that design. You know, why they went that way. Roll. You know the rules. Gotta roll. Gotta roll. Pick up speed and roll. I don't need a Pona. I got roll Pona. I have roll Pona. Roll Pona. Roll. Alright. Alright. So. I don't know what. I'm just trying to exit out, but you know what? That's why we have reset buttons for. Reset buttons exist for a reason. So that's Zelda Twilight Princess. So yeah, you see the stark difference between what Capcom did with Resident Evil 4 and what Nintendo did in terms of the aspect ratios. I find that very annoying that the gameplay is the same aspect ratio as the cutscene, while Zelda has the same aspect ratio as the cutscene, but the gameplay screen is the same as Wave Race Blue Storm. Let me set you down here. Okay. And we're going to jump on over to Game Boy. We're going to check out how the Game Boy cooperates with all of these connections. I think what I was trying to say earlier, one of the key issues key fears, not so much issues, but fears that I have regarding using the Retrotink, knowing that Mike Chi, the creator of the Retrotink, pointed out that the Elgatos don't cooperate, is the fact that not only do I have it running through the Retrotink, but it's going into the Elgato, into the OBS, and then into Twitch. And Twitch got its restrictions. The OBS, it's just require a lot of adjustments and such to get everything to fit. But that's a lot of signals the game is going through just to get to the live stream, and on top of that, it's going into the TV. It's going into the TV as well. So that's a whole lot of signal routes to be able to do a live stream. So that's why. That's why I'm, this whole live stream is going on right now, testing all these out to see which ones work, which ones, if any, don't work. So that way I could be able to provide the right live stream, so to speak, a good live stream for all of you who want to enjoy this stuff here. Here we go. Let me put this on. The cool thing about the Game Boy Player is that it's got progressive scan as well. But yeah, there's so much paths that it's going through, signal paths, that I'm very worried that the retro consoles won't, that these pads won't cooperate with the retro consoles, and it will result in not getting a live stream. And it's a very disappointing. It would be very disappointing if I can't even do the live streams at all. You know what I'm saying, with my retro consoles. I mean, that'll be great, playing the Retrotink off screen and everything. But the whole point of the live stream is that you guys want to see some video games, and I don't want, I don't want that caveat and pour being triggered. There we go. Let's press start. So this is here. You gotta hold down B in order to get this. Up. Would you like to display? Progressive mode has been turned on, and this is what Game Boy games look like with progressive mode. Uh-oh, I gotta fix this up. So this is what Nintendo was talking about when you're playing regular Game Boy. Age kicks in. The whole age thing is happening, and you gotta like really make sure that this is in. Well, not so much. There we go. I didn't have it all the way in. I just realized I didn't have it all the way in. Shame on me. Yep. Here's an old classic. In fact, so yeah, see, so it gives you normal size, full size. So I'll just pull this up. How does it look? Let me see how it looks on the live stream. Oh my gosh, that looks really nice. That really looks really nice. Do I want to stick to the black screen? Let me see here. I don't wanna overdo it with these frames. Let's see here. I'm just adjusting the frames here. I might go with gray. Gray? How's gray? How does gray look? Does gray look fine? Let's see. I don't know. Now this is one. Ooh, okay. I like this one a little better. I want to try and keep it dark for visuals. Try to keep the border as dark as possible for all of you. Like a dark mode kind of thing, so that way you could be able to concentrate on the game and not get distracted by all the bells and whistles. There we go. Everyone picks Donatello. He's got the long range. I like how he just swings it like a like a stick. He doesn't even swing it like a bow. He just swings it like a like an old grandma. Like. So this is what it looks like with progressive scan on through the Retrotink. I can't wait to see how that looks in the final thing. Keep in mind, this is you're all looking at it in 720p source. I wonder what it looks like at 1080. If only Twitch can allow that. There we go. There we go. So yeah, this looks good, and I'm not seeing anything unusual on the stream. So let's swap discs, game cartridges. Change it. Yes. All right. So let's eject that. Okay. I should have leaned in with this and saved the Ninja Turtles for last. Yeah, I want to try to be very surprising. Oh, I'm not getting this in all the way. There we go. All right. This one I just picked up used. go to practice. Ah. My name is Ah. So this is more new to me, wave race here. Circuit, slalom. I will do the slalom. Here we go. I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, okay, so B moves. Okay. Wave race. I'm sure it's pretty cool and whatnot. I'm not even sure if I'm on water or not. I appreciate the fact that that came out blue. That the water came out blue on the Game Boy Color. It's a... I don't think... I mean, the Game Boy player. I know that on Super Game Boy, you got those specialized auto colors. You got those specialized auto colors that comes pre-built. Freaking genius of Nintendo on that one. Okay, so that actually looked okay. I mean, it looks good. I mean, there's no, I don't see any hiccups or anything, but you know how it is. It's Game Boy. It's old. It's very old. Okay, let's switch out to this one. Ooh, I'm gonna have to fix that one up. You know, these old cartridges. Okay. There we go. There we go. These old cartridges, gotta like really get them in there because they're so old. Super RC Pro-Am. And it's not even on the Super Nintendo. That shocks me. That that Super RC Pro-Am is not on the Super Nintendo. Oh, I gotta press the B button here too. Yeah, this is another one that I picked up used recently. So this is fairly new. I have the original RC Pro-Am on the NES. I can never get past this one specific stage because for some odd reason, all the this one card just suddenly develops this hyper supersonic speed, and it's already 2 laps ahead while I'm just at the halfway. While me and the other racers are like at the halfway point of the first lap. I don't know what Rare was thinking in terms of that difficulty. But yeah, expect to see these games get played on the live stream. That's the whole point of this. So yeah, it looks pretty cool. I can see it on the live stream there. It looks pretty nice. Very fun. Alright. Let's change game pack. So now we're going from Game Boy to Game Boy Advance. I do have the Game Boy Color games, but I didn't bother to bring those out. I didn't bother to bring those out for some dumb reason, but I don't want to stay too long on the GameCube either. We've got 6 more consoles to go. Alright, so heading into Game & Watch Gallery 4. So if you've seen the previous live stream, it was really loud. I thought I had it low enough, and my whole entire voice got drowned out by the game. I do apologize for that. So, you know, hopefully, you know, that won't happen again the next time I do a live stream. So let's see how that looks. Pixelated, that's how it looks. Let me just check something out here. I mean, it is pixelated. Yeah, it's not very noticeable in terms of smoothing and sharpness. It's just too pixelated, the Game Boy games, that's something. Expectations regarding the Retrotink should not be up there. I'll just jump into Rain Shower real quickly here. Yeah. Rain Shower, and it's all about balloons. Yeah, it looks, Alright. Well, that's how it looks like. Let me exit this. Yeah. Okay. So, well, it's Game & Watch. In fact, how does... Ooh, that's actually a good question. That nobody asked. How does the classic mode look like? On the Retrotink. This is what Game & Watch looks like on Retrotink. Look at that high-end graphics. That next-gen. Next-gen graphics. Look at how realistic that smoke is. Here's this giant enemy crab. Okay, so yeah, that's how it looks like. All right. Next one. Would you like to change? Yes, please. Okay. Now this is another one that I got used recently. Motocross Maniacs Advance. I also bought its Game Boy counterpart, its old Game Boy counterpart, Motocross Maniacs. So I'm looking forward to doing live stream of both games, hopefully back to back, if I can. New game. Ah. Game start. Attack mode, action mode. What's action mode? All these characters here. That's cool. Then there's hidden characters. TJ, All American. Big army. Just be big. Kohaku. Julia. My man. Pick the Mad Max character. Bomb tag. I don't know how that works. I'm just gonna be. Yeah. Oh, I forgot the name of that. BMX. No, not BMX. It was Ow. I forgot the name of the game. It's just like this. BMX World. Well, that and Ollie Ollie. Ollie Ollie is another one. There we go. Yep. Oh, I blew up. All right, that's how that works, huh? Change game pack. Yep. Now those type of games are pretty cool. I like those types of games, and I do have Ollie Ollie. Let's change this here, and now the surprise game. Yeah, I'm trying to like do the surprise games and everything so to build up the hype, and I'm not doing a good job, am I? No, right? No. Well, I don't know if this is a game to get hyped over, but here it is. Atlas. Created by Sting. and its wonderful music. I'm gonna zip past this.
Riviera, the promised land.
Yep. I got this day one when it was released. Let's see here. Just going to continue. I never finished it. I never got to finish this. I don't even know where I'm at at this point. Oh, this is my most recent save. Alright. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, here it is. The original box. Riviera, Promised Land. Yeah, in fact, I completely forgot how this whole thing works. Lena, yeah. I really was into this game. Now I gotta start all over again because I don't even remember the plot. But that's gonna be the fun part. Fight. That's what we do. We need to fight. Let's go. 2 information, I believe. I put Serene and and Ein. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is too much now. This is too much now. I'm gonna end up getting 2 into this. Actually, no. We're gonna turn. Actually, no. Let me stop here. Okay, let's stop here. Let me read the instructions. I always keep reading the instructions. The last thing I want is to damage this whole thing. Turning off. Alright, while the power is on, push open. Push the open button like so. Then remove the disc. Close the disc and turn off the power. There we go. And then you eject the game. Okay. So that was the GameCube. This was the longest go because that was a lot to cover. Really had to make sure everything was squared and everything was good and okay and lovely and fun. That's the important part, fun. But yeah, I got games like Riviera, the Promised Land, and I may have to start this from scratch because I have no idea what I'm supposed to do or where I'm supposed to go, and so forth and so on. Here we go. So it's time to put away the GameCube, and we're going into the PlayStation 2. Let me switch over. There we go. Okay, put the games down here. All right. Make some room. I'm gonna make all the room in the world. Here we go. I have to put this here. All right. Yeah, that's right. I'll pick all that up later. All right. And now it's time to unplug everything from the console first. There we go. Before we go to the cords. There we are. Sorry, I gotta block you a bit there. Let me just get these down below here to my feet. And I'll move the console over to the stand. Unplug these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So now with the PlayStation 2, it is backwards compatible to the for the PlayStation 1 games. So I'm gonna take a quick look at those along with the PS2 games. The PS2 is itself, in and of itself, is the smallest of all libraries. It's the smallest libraries out of well, not really the smallest. The smallest is the Virtual Boy, but but in terms of live stream, PlayStation 2 is the smallest of all the libraries. So there's not going to be a lot of PlayStation 2 directly games. However, I have a little hiccup with the PlayStation 2 at the time. I hope y'all can hear me. There we go. Let me just set that there. Okay. So, with regards to the PlayStation 2, I don't mind playing PlayStation 2 games, but I doubt I'm going to be investing in used PlayStation 2 games. Because so many PlayStation 2 games are now in Steam and modern consoles, like the Switch. So it feels a little redundant. I mean, I know I double dipped on certain games, but those were for certain reasons. Particularly those that were on the Wii. If you've noticed, I was using the Wii remote with my left hand because that's my handedness. I'm left-handed in that regard, so I had and some of the motion control games were not like Wii Sports where they accommodate left-handed players. That's why I bought Twilight Princess on the GameCube rather than getting it on the Wii, and I didn't even get the Wii until like a couple of years later. Where are you at? Here we are. All right. So that's basically the gist of it with I don't know what I was saying. I completely forgot what I was going at it. Oh yeah. So yeah. Oh right. Redundancy. Yeah. With the exception of games that were on the Wii that I picked, that went and got on the Switch. That I got on the Switch or Wii U, because for all intents and purposes, as fun as it is, as they are, the peripherals are very intrusive to actual gameplay. If they're not serving the actual purpose of what they're supposed to do. So, like for example, the Wii Sports, it's all about the motion controls. Totally understandable. You know what I'm saying? No More Heroes, same thing. But then you got Super Mario Galaxy, which barely uses motion controls, and I'm like, why? Why? If we're same with Punch Out. Why do I need to use the nunchuck and the remote if I'm not gonna actually throw punches? Just put it directly into the Pro controller. So I got my criticisms. I love playing video games. I love the systems. I love a lot of systems. You know what I'm saying? But and I do have my hangups. I really do, especially on the social aspect of gaming, because I just want to play video games. I don't need to be judged on my gaming habits or the type of games I like and such. This is something that most people tend to forget or don't realize, that we're not you. Okay, you guys are not me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna sit there and be talking about how wrong you are with your gaming habit. Like, who the heck am I? You play your game, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? You play your game, you have your fun, and that's all that matters to you. Who cares what I think about your gaming habits? You know what I'm saying? I got my gaming habits. I enjoy it. Don't judge me for it. Because at the end of the day, it's just because at the end of the day, it's just you and your consoles. It's me and my console with my consoles. You know what I'm saying? There's fun to be had. Okay. Hold on. I better not. Let me pull this out. This might not be the right cord then. Oh yeah. See, because it's got this weird blue thing. This is probably worn out. This might have been worn out. Let me just try one more time. Oh, okay. Let me see again. I think this plug is worn out. And this is okay. All right, so let me not push this any further. I think this plug is done. That's disappointing. Here, let me just toss that. Let me just throw this to the side here. I cast the out. Oh, and I knocked the. I knocked this over. Poor camera. Here we go. Did I get it? Yeah. All right, there we go. All right, so then I'll just borrow the Dreamcast plug then. I'll borrow the Dreamcast plug, and I'll see if I can. What I could do later on. I'll see if I got another similar plug to this. All right. So this is the last one for the component cables, and then we'll be dealing with composites after that. I say we, because we are the Queen's speech. We speak the Queen's language. We are not amused. Here we go. Oh. Duh. Duh. I'm expecting this to, expecting the light to come on. You know what I forgot to do? Dang it. And there it is, folks. What you all been waiting for. Uh-oh. Okay, I hope, okay. Ooh, I hope that didn't knock the Retrotink out. Oh boy, that's a disaster in the making. Nah, I know what I did wrong. You'll see in a second here. Let me just, I thought the plug was dead. It's not dead. My brain is dead. Watch. Here we go. First of all, let me get this plugged in. Where are you at? Oh, here you are. There we go. So this is the PlayStation 2 component cable. So that's 3 consoles with component cables. 3 consoles with component cables. Alright. Oh, which one is which? Here we go. These 2 are the audio. Here we are. Audio. Yeah, I lucked out on this. I got the so Sony in New York City had this store, an official Sony store, and downstairs they had the official PlayStation lounge, which was similar to like Nintendo World Store, and they had at the time it was still the early years of the PlayStation 3, and they still had the PS2 stuff going on, so I was able to scoop that up along with the HDMI cable for my PS3. So I was able to walk out with that. Yeah. So, why is this not turning on? I'll show you why. And there it is. There's the little red light starting it up. That's why it wasn't turning on. And something tells me that's gonna keep on happening because I want to make sure that I turn everything off. Woo, boy, am I gonna be unraveling all those wires when this is all said and done. Okay, so we're still good on the OBS because I knocked things over. All right. Let's see what happens here. Hey, there it goes. Now, I had an issue with the PlayStation 2, and I gave it a try. I was trying to figure out what was wrong with it, but I thought that one of the key issues. Well, it was a key issue, and and I know it was from the lens. But what happened was that the lens was struggling to read the disc, so sometimes it would do it randomly or it would do it arbitrarily. But I kept hearing like the strain of the motor, so I'm thinking, oh, it's the motor. It's probably busted, and unfortunately, it was very difficult to find somebody who could try and repair it. But then somebody made a suggestion on the internet. Google is friend, trying to make sure that it's there's a solution out there. And they said, have you tried laser lens cleaning? So I did do the laser lens cleaning. So the first one I cleaned, and I played the PS2 discs, and they were starting up with no problem. I did a second cleaning after that, a second one, and then I played the PS1 discs, and those started up with no problem. So it was pretty happy. So it was a pretty happy thing. So far. I mean, I wasn't hearing the lens straining or struggling or wheezing or anything in between. It was really starting up with no trouble at all. Let me just check my clock. Yeah, everything is good. The dates are good. All right. Screen size is 16:9. The digital optical out is on. There you see it's the component cable. Language is in English. Let me see here. No? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Signal is fine. Just keep it on. Just leave it to on. Alright, so that's all set. So let's try out the PS2. And then I'm gonna do the PS1. Okay. And we're gonna start off with a classic. Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X. Okay. Let's see how that looks. I haven't checked that one out. Final Fantasy X, how that looks on the system. Do I need to go into the browser? I'll go to the browser. So it's reading the disc. I don't hear any strain. I'm crossing my fingers because that'll be embarrassing if the lens. Hey, see, there it is. There it is. Of course, it's always been a slow thing. So I'm not sure that people have been pointing out that the component cables on the YouTubes regarding the Retrotink and such has issues with the PlayStation 2, but from what I've done through the off live thing, these haven't been the problem. I haven't seen any significant problem with it. Trying to get this up. I still have not beaten this. I made it up to the Manticore outside Xanarkid. So that's probably gonna end up being a restart because I can't even remember the plot. I can't remember the plot in anything anymore. I've been so far removed from a lot of these games. If I haven't beaten them. Yeah, so there it is. That's what it looks like. I don't know what to make of it overall. I mean, let me see here. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button here. Let me see here. This is smoothing. Yeah, see, it's not responding. So it's not giving me the smoothness. Except for Bob. Bob is making. Bob is reacting to it. Screw you, Bob. What about the samplings here? This is what it looks like in widescreen. Yeah. See, now this is it. Here's another preset here. This one is for the Super Nintendo. It says it right there, the Super NES. It says Super NES on there. And then there's Genesis, Saturn, PS1, N64, Neo Geo, Saturn, PS1, high res, more high res, and then back to generic and 16:9. So yeah, it's not really making any significant changes here. So I can see what they mean, but from the way that they're talking, it was like, oh, it doesn't work overall, but it looks like it does work. It's just not giving you, it's not giving you really discernible stuff. Scaling crop. Yeah, I'm not gonna do. I don't want to mess with the scaling crops. So. Oh gosh, somebody help them. Final Fantasy X. Yeah, this is 1200. No. No, just no. Yeah, there's not much that can be done, quite honestly. But at least it runs very nicely. I don't have a save on here. I think I think we got more than enough out of that. Oh, but then again, let's check out the new game because how you say some those cutscenes. Let's see how the cutscenes look like at the very least. I mean, we're looking at what's possibly the game screen. I don't know. I mean, they got those specialized cutscenes. So I gotta go through this all over again. Can I skip? No. At least the pause screen looks good. Emo tap. Emo emo fantasy. Boy. Okay, this is the cutscene, huh? Very honest, because I know I've seen the cutscenes where it really looks like Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within, kind of movie quality. Look, I forgot that this is all pixelated. You know, like Kingdom Hearts. You know, you get this hype and you see this movie quality Pixar level of CGI and everything, and then all of a sudden when the game when the gameplay screen pops up, it's all pixelated. I've always despised that. You know, I've always despised that with the PlayStation 2. I understood with PlayStation 1 because it was all new, it was all experimental. But then here's PlayStation being like, yeah, we got these hardcore graphics because we're hardcore, because we got hardcore graphics. Nintendo's kiddie because we're hardcore. And then all of a sudden they're showing you all those awesome cutscenes, you know, all those Pixar movie quality level graphics. But then when you buy the game, you get this. You get this, and it's like, I'm like, what? What? You're no different than Nintendo. What are you talking about? You got the same pixelation as they do. The marketing team, you know, it's just like, you know, at least with blast processing, even though it's not what it is, they weren't sitting there saying, oh yeah, the graphics is all hardcore, the graphics. In fact, that was Nintendo doing that. The Super Nintendo. That's the hilarity of it. Nintendo was like hanging hard on the Mode 7. It's like, look at these Mode 7 graphics, while Genesis was like, yeah, this is blast processing. Look how fast Sonic is going. And they backed that one up big time. I mean, it's not really actual blast processing, but the fact that when you play through Sonic 2 and you're in Chemical Plant Zone and Sonic's on the right side of the screen faster than the whole entire stage itself, yeah, you kind of sold on that. You sold on that, even though it's not what you really mean by blast processing, and blast processing is not really what it is. Excuse me, my throat needed a little bit there. But, you know, and Nintendo still delivered on the Mode 7, no doubt. Hands down, Nintendo delivered on the Mode 7. But I just find it funny that, Sony is going through this whole process, of bashing Nintendo, through marketing and getting people to bash Nintendo, and they're all pointing to these Pixar level movie graphics and everything. But then we get this. Just look at the pixelation. I'm playing the game and it's pixelated. It looks nothing like what you advertise with those Pixar graphics. Hey, that's great. The full motion video screens is all nice and clear and crisp. Is it just like the game? No. So what makes you any better than Nintendo? You're no different. But the great thing about the great thing about Sony PlayStation 2 is that the games are awesome. Hands down, they delivered on a lot of awesome games. Despite these graphics and the stupid marketing, they delivered on the games big time. Like, I never had so much fun, playing games like Final Fantasy X and Grandia 3, Zone of the Enders. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really, really had fun. And the fact that it was backwards compatible to PS1 games made it easy for me, to pick up the PS2 without having to worry about getting a PS1. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't need to get, I had to get Nintendo Entertainment System and a Super Nintendo Entertainment System if I wanted to play, those games, the NES games and so on. But with PlayStation 2, I didn't have to worry about it, because I could play the PS1 games, and I got to enjoy some of their back catalog as well. But, yeah, the whole marketing, you want to talk about dividing the gaming community. These marketers, they're terrible people. They're terrible people. We're all gamers. We're all in the same boat. We're all trying to beat games. We all got our, we have our preferences and everything, but we're all we're all playing the same thing. We're all in the same boat. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to divide and be all I'm hardcore, you're kidding. It's like, come on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on. I have my, what I'm saying, I got my criticisms and everything, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to escape from this world. At the end of the day, I'm trying to escape from this world, and I'm trying to have fun, and I don't need some snobs sitting there, judging me for the games that I play. It's like, who are you? What makes you so special? I'm just playing video games. All right. Now this one blew my mind when I ran this through the Retrotink. Zone of the Enders. Oh my gosh, man. Like, jeez. Want to talk about mind-blowing. How it just blew my mind altogether. Running through the Retrotink. I'm hoping it'll look good on here. This game, yeah, I really like. This was the first game I picked up. Because, giant robots, anime, that kind of thing. But man, did I really enjoy playing it. Of course, I'm sure my rose tinted nostalgia goggles probably blinding me from the flaws of Zone of the Enders. But let me tell you something. Being able to pilot giant robots, I wish they brought out more the Gundam games, the Evangelion games. I wish they were able to bring more of that to the U.S. I mean, like, this hooked me into giant robot gameplay, and I couldn't find any more of those. Like, that was it right there, Sony, man. You know what I'm saying? You got me to stay on the PlayStation 2. You got me to forsake the GameCube. And you didn't bring out any more of these types of games. There is no memory. These are not the droids you're looking for. There we go. I found it annoying that Sony PlayStation 3, when they did the PlayStation 3, they made the X button the OK button, and the circle button the not OK button. There might be a copyright thing. I better drop out of that. I'll have to jump into the game. Alright, new game. Normal. Yeah. I mean, all I'm doing is just testing these out. I'm making money off of this. I'm not making money off of anything, honestly, so I don't know why these copyright claims are happening. If anything, I should be the one copyright claiming. I'm the one that owns Splatterbomb. I'll never do that. No, that'll be circumstantial. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a case by case basis. You know what I'm saying? The whole copyright thing. For me, it's a case by case basis. I don't need to scorch the whole earth and destroy the world for a drawing. You know, it's like pick my battles. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's a battle worth fighting for or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a small schlub, you know what I'm saying, like a small time guy, what threat are you? What threat are you? You're not. You're no threat. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at how nice this game looks. Look at this. Jeez, man. Look at this. How does it look on the Twitch here? Dang, yo. Dang. Dang. But let me skip all this and let's get to the gameplay itself, because this is the one that blew my brains. Oh, skip that. Skip that. There it is. Yo, this feels like it's going 60 frames. This is a PS2 game. This is like one of the early releases. Alright, skip that. Let me get to more gameplay here. End training. No. End training. End.
This is the end of the training session.
I'll probably have to retrain myself when I jump in.
Let us get the
Alright, I don't care. Alright, hurry up. I got this. The Metatron. I am the Metatron. And then you get... Here we go. And then get the fire extinguisher. Come on, just get me to the fights. Okay, that's nice. Here we go. Oh, man. I mean, it ain't spectacular or anything, you know, in terms of graphics, but just look at the frame rate, man. Look at that frame rate. Oh, man. How does that look on the... Ow. Oh, that's gonna be. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying being told over and over again that it shut down the enemy. Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? I saw that episode of Angry Video Game Nerd with the Atari Jaguar. Where did you learn to fly? Alright. Seriously, why'd you have to build the robot, Kojima? Like that? It didn't need that. Robot boobs. Mecha boobs. Okay. So that was one of the enders, man. Yeah. This old game had freaking was delivering on that level of frame rate. That was crazy. That's crazy. All right, and God Hand. A dear old friend of mine showed me this game, and I was like, "Get me that!" And it was like one of the last copies to get. He said that he was able to get out of the warehouse. Woo, man, that was pure luck. This is definitely gonna be definitely gonna get played. Gonna see some live stream time. See, that's what I'm talking about. Surprises, these little surprising previews. But so far, it looks like the laser lens cleaning really did do the trick. Well, we're about to find out because this is the first time I'm doing God Hand, but I'm hoping this works. I'm hoping this thing works, man. I'm really hoping that this works. Come on. Yeah, man. There we go. Look at that. Popped up. I'm so happy. in my rush to video games anyway. Yes, please. In my rush to take everything down, I put the cords, the AV cable I need for the N64 and Super Nintendo down here, and now it's all tangled up. Dum, dum, dum. I know I'm saying dumb, but that's from Akira. When they had the guys going dun, dun, as he lays waste to the world. But I just say dumb. There, I gave away the joke. I told the joke. There we go. Just wanted to move this up here. There we go. Okay. Yeah. There we go. God Hand. This was just so hilarious. I love it. I love it.
That's what I expected from you.
And boy, is this game hard. I have no idea how many times I kept continuing over and over and over again. Okay. See the scaling here.
This place reeks.
Yeah. So it doesn't really make a difference switching out.
Come on, those guys are cake.
And this is, and just so you know, the input is set to YPBR.
Oh, your sexy little friends. They're
You
coming
know,
for a dance.
Yeah, YPBR. YPBR.
It's still sexier than you are.
So yeah, it's not perfect, but at least it's operational and functional. And here's the game. Got us right into the game here. Oh. No, it's not. My DualShock controller is not responding. Cool, beat 'em up. I have a it's all right. It's not that big a deal. The thing is that this is a very old controller. This one came out with this DualShock controller was with the box. You know, it came with the console box. I bought the Gran Turismo pack. So you know this. I've been playing with this controller for a very long time. But I did bought a fresh DualShock 2 controller. It's still in its box, unopened, untouched. Untouched it in La Bomba. XO. And there we go. Backflip, duck. Yeah. So that's God Hand. But yeah, the DualShock, this DualShock controller is showing its age. I might have to, I don't know if it's really dying or if it's something. It might not be repairable. But I do have a spare DualShock 2 controller, which is still in its package, untouched, unopened in every sense of the way. That means that it's nicely vacuum sealed, which means it's vacuum sealed, and they'll probably run like smooth butters. I mean, let me put it like this: you can actually see the cake on the control. Well, you can't see it because I'm on the small screen, but there's cake, you know, all over on this thing because that's how ridiculously old it is. But but that's what I'm dealing with for now. So I'm not worried. I'm not too worried. That's why I bought that spare PS2 controller. That was the whole entire point, was so that way if this controller died, I got a spare controller. So we're gonna be testing out PS1 games on the PS2. I haven't decided yet if I want to run them through the PS2. See, because the thing is that with the PS3 that I'm doing Final Fantasy VII on, they only have 2 slots, and I guess there's a limitation in the room. in the hard drive regarding PlayStation 1 games, and I don't want to be going through the whole data erasing business and all that when I have the PlayStation 1 memory card that works on the PlayStation 2, and I could play off the PlayStation 2 games. So the first one I'm checking out here is Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII. We're going to see how that looks. Hit enter here. Alright, let's first see if it will read that. Yeah, I don't hear straining anymore. Like, the straining was real loud, so it must have really been a dirty lens and it just needs to be cleaned off. Which is real crazy. All things considered, that was just a dirty lens. Thankfully, I mean, you say, oh, that's crazy. Well, it's crazy because I didn't know. I thought that the motor was busted, like the PlayStation 2 was dead, was gonna die for good, but it's not. Apparently, I just didn't factor in lens cleaning, and so here it is. It's cleaning, it's cleaned, and it's popping, and it's starting up all the discs, and it's starting the discs up. So I'm a happy camper. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's take a quick look here at the smoothing, scaling. Nope. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can really see the difference here. If you look carefully, look at FIN or the Roman numeral 8. This is sharp, and this is smooth. Sharp, smooth. This is soft. Now it's noticeable here because this is PlayStation 1. In fact, now I'm very curious. Let me go into the HP sampling. Let's see, high res. Here's PS1. That's what it looks like as a PS1. 384. There was another PS1 setting. Here's PS1 320. Yep, there it is. You can see it. You can see how pixelated it is. Well, because it's trying to emulate the CRT, I believe. It's trying to. Then you got the generic, which I have the filter set to smooth rather than sharp. Yeah. What about post deinterlation? No. Okay. So yeah, that's a very big difference. But now you see when you said it's a PS1, which registered on the PS2, it sets it up like that. Let's go into new game here and let's see. Let's see how it looks. Take a look here on the Twitch stream. Is this O Fortuna? I have the volume on low, so I can't tell. Let me see here. Dang. There's the gun sword. The most impractical weapon I've ever seen. This is definitely going to get a copyright claim now because it's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 10 and Final Fantasy 7. So, Final Fantasy 8. So, and not much I could do about it. I've never played Final Fantasy VIII. I've not even started this game yet. So I have no idea what all this is about. This looks all like spoilers at this point. I really would like to get to the gameplay. Yeah, this really looks like they're spoiling the whole entire game, showing this cutscene like this. Ah, boy. Come on. Let me out. Ooh, that's graphic. Come on, come on. Come on. Final Fantasy VIII. Order your copy today. That looked more like an advertisement than hype. Wow. Although I'm still a little confused as to what happened with Final Fantasy VIII, that that Square Enix was having a hard time re-releasing the game. I mean, it's good that they released it, but something about the code, something happened with their coding or something being lost. I mean, this isn't exactly impressing me. I mean, well, that was the wrong thing to say, because I'm playing Final Fantasy VII. That wasn't the graphics weren't impressive. Like, they were really chunky on the blocks there. This was a good effort. This is actually a good effort to make the more slimmer, defined human shapes there. Squall. It's Leon. I play Kingdom Hearts. His name is Leon. Okay. Let me just confirm that, and I don't think I'm gonna go any further than this. I got a couple more games to go through, and then got more systems to work on. Just speed through this. Let's see here. Okay. I don't want to go too far in, because I do want to do a playthrough of this. Oh, here we go. Let's see how this looks. Angst. Final ecstasy. Alright, let's reset that. Go on to the next game. The next PlayStation 1 game. And this is the prequel to one of my favorite RPGs. Lunar. The Silver Star Story. This is the first one in the series. And I only played a little bit of it, because Lunar 2, which was what I was, which was the first Lunar game that I was playing, I lost the data. I was up to Zulfar, battling him, and then I lost the data. All that trouble. So I gotta play Lunar 2 all over again from scratch, which, hands down, I'm very anxious to do again, because what an adventure that was. And hopefully this time I'll be able to beat Zulfar without losing the data. But I haven't played. I played some of this. But I don't know if I want to go in order or out of order. I picked up Lunar Dragon Song on the DS, and I was just horrified with the game mechanics, with what they did. Like, wow, terrible, terrible, terrible game design. You had to every time you win your battle, you had to either choose between getting money or getting experience. You don't get both. Like, who creates that? Who does that in an RPG? Any RPG, you get money and experience. That is a given. That is standard. And Dragon Song just threw that out the window. It's like, you either take the money or you take the experience. You know how long that takes? You know how long that takes to grind all that out? You know, you got to get money to get the weapons. Then you got to grind out to get the experience points. That's double the work. Unnecessary. Uncalled for in game design. That is uncalled for. Note to all game designers, it is uncalled for to have a reward be one or the other. You either give them both or you cut one out. You know, you cut one or the other out. You know, saying you don't tell your players that they can only select one reward and put them through double work. Gaming is not work. Gaming is supposed to be fun and accessible to as many people as the game allows. You know, as the game wants it to be. So sitting there and saying in an RPG notorious for having high level encounters, high encounter rates, you don't sit there and tell players you gotta pick either you get money or you get experience, one or the other. You don't get both. Terrible, terrible game design. Very, very horrible game design. It's a total disservice, you know, total disservice. And I gotta say, the anime looks nice. It looks really nice on the OBS, on the contrary. It really does. I mean, I could see... No, it really does look really nice on the OBS. I can't say the same on the Vizio. I can't say the same on the Vizio, but as long as it looks good on the OBS, looks excellent on the OBS for you guys, and that makes you happy to see the nice clarity and see a little see some of the stuff in there. You know, that's the important part, man. That's the important part. And oh man. But definitely got to beat Lunar 2. And thankfully, I don't even know what the ending is in Lunar 2, and I hope that it never gets spoiled when I jump into Lunar 2. That's my great fear being the internet, because I don't know how it ends, and I don't want that spoiled. Let's see how the gameplay looks like. Looks like a Super NES. It looks cool. It looks, hey, you know, that looks pretty cool on the OBS. Seeing it on the live stream here. That looks really, really cool. Let's see here. Let's take a quick look at the sampling. Here's the PS1 384. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, you can see that they're pulling out the jagged pixels. When it's not smoothed out. And this is 320. Oh yeah, see how it's shifted? Compressed in a bit. And put it right back to 4:3.
Oh, hello, Noel.
Here we go. Cutscene. And gosh, getting Magic Knight. If I had the Sega CD, Magic Knight Ray Earth. Ooh, man, that would have been awesome to play. Oh, luck be to the ones who have a fully functional Sega CD and Magic Knight Ray Earth, as well as the original Lunar games. Oh man, luck be to all of y'all to having such rare games on there. Yeah, I mean, like I said, my Vizio, I can see all the pixels. You know, it's very strong on the pixelations, but the OBS looks nice and smooth there. Let's just move around. Got ourselves an earthquake. Yeah, voiceover is gonna be a little tricky because it's already got some voice acting
Hey,
like that.
figured you might be here. Now that the warm weather has melted the ice near the dragon's cave, there isn't any time to waste getting started on our big adventure. If we hurry, we may be able to sneak in without waking the dragon. Then we can get a fantastically huge diamond from its lair worth thousands and thousands of silver, making us filthy, stinking rich and very popular in the process.
And we'll get to have blackjacks and hookers. In fact, forget the blackjack. All right. So, yeah. Looks really good. It looks really good. And it looks really good. I know there's a... Yeah, it looks really good. It looks really good. Reset. But I'm thinking that I'm going to go into Lunar 2 when I'm ready to hit the Lunar series. Start with that instead of the Silver Star, just so that way I can beat the game and get that ending. I mean, gosh, man, I want to know how it ends so badly. And now, here is the game for all of you to gasp and say, Xenogears. He's got Xenogears. Oh my gosh, he's got Xenogears. Now he's just showing off and flexing. And then another person will respond, flexing? I don't think we've seen everything yet. I hope y'all having a good day. I hope y'all enjoying this, watching me do all of this. Seeing all these retro consoles in action. It's very, like I said, it's very important for me, to me, and not just for me, but to me, it's very important, because, you know, I've had these for so many years, all these retro consoles for so many years, and the fact that they're still working like, you know, like butters and everything, you know what I'm saying? Like, the motherboards are not gone. The motherboards are not gone. It's just little circumstances like a dirty lens or, how you say, old batteries, you know, batteries from the calendar, the clock batteries, or here with where the AC adapter plugs into, the socket broke off. You know, it's those things. You know what I'm saying? They're not heavy. They're just minor. Problems. Easy to fix stuff. Controller issues. You know. You know, controller issues. So it's like, why not, you know, try and get these on the live stream? You know, why not do these on the live stream? I got enough games to pull it off. I may not have, you know, the angry video game nerd levels of catalog, but I got enough to pull off plenty of games. You know, to play plenty of games. I'll probably be like 70 years old by the time I finish all these games off. And that's not even including all the new consoles that'll come out in the next 20 years. And that's even if I'm still even fully active. I mean, it'll probably be 1,000 episodes of Splatterbomb Lounge before I know it. Now, this was mind-blowing. When I tested this out, this blew my mind. This really blew my mind. And I'm wondering what it looks like on HDMI and the PS3. That's the key thing, because I could play these PS1 games on the PlayStation 3, which means the HDMI is running its course. You know, it's running its course through the whole thing. And just seeing this, oh man, just seeing it on the OBS. Again, the video is all pixelated, but the OBS, just look at that on the OBS. Look at the live stream on this, man. Look at that. Jeez, the animation looks solid. This is such solid animation going on here. Wow. Look at that. Just look at that. This Vizio is not doing this game justice the way OBS is. This is what the Retrotink's about, man. This is what the Retrotink's about. That nice clarity, the best possible clarity, and man, I gotta play this on the PS3 and see how that runs off. You know, but that's the thing about the PS2, because I could play PS1 and PS2 games on the PlayStation 2, but the PS3 I could do PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 3 games. So, you know, I got a lot of flexibility. I don't know. You know, so I guess I'll have to do case by case.
C061, the main planet.
Gotta have your bearded captain in anime. Every anime, your captain's gotta be bearded, unless it's Harlock. Unless it's total hardcore like Harlock. And again, this is another game that'll probably be difficult to do voiceovers because there's already voiceovers as it is. Throw everyone off. Can I skip this? I want to get to the gameplay. No. There we go. Oh. There we go. I just want to get to the gameplay now and see how that looks. I completely forgot the plot anyway. All I know is it involves giant robots and some weird god. Again. And teenagers out to kill God. It's not anime if you don't have teenagers killing off God. Let's get a good look at the gameplay here. And then that'll be it for the PlayStation 2. We'll be moving to composites. And seriously, for crying out loud, Capcom, why did you set up Resident Evil 4 the way you did on the GameCube? This is a PS1 game off of a PS2, and I got a bigger square than Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. Dang, man. I know it's to fit the CRTs, but dang, yo, come on. Come on, what are you showing me here? Man, the Batman was awesome. The Batman. It seems like movies with the in the name is coming off awesome. These superhero movies with the in its name. The Suicide Squad, the Batman. Outside of Joker. Alright, so this is what the landscape looks like, huh? Okay. Let's get to the game itself. Come on. Okay, so this is the... Wow. Wow, this reminds me of Amiga, the... Ooh, the waviness is nice. Yeah, you could really see the old school in this. How does Faye look on the? Wow, he looks nice and clear. Yeah, man, PS1. Yeah, man, definitely. Ooh, look at that, froze right there. Hey, we got a battle. Okay, let's see how it looks in battle. Oh, yeah, here we go. I got pretty far in this game, but not... did I get to disc 2? I don't remember if I got into disc 2. But I never finished this game. I know, that's the ongoing pattern. I have not finished this game. I have not finished this game. I have not finished this game. Well, what games have you finished? All of them. Still, this was pretty awesome for PlayStation 1 back in 96, 97. Sounds like Attack on Titan, the music. My man fighting a giant robot. That's awesome. Pretty good. Xenogears, Xenosaga, Xenoblade, the whole Xeno universe, or I don't know, multiverse. I don't know. They should have done Xenogears 2, quite honestly. Okay. Well, we got a good look at how the graphics is. It's not the actual gameplay. It's ew. Man, they really did the waviness really good in this. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, hey, look at that in all its pixel glory. Yeah, the movement reminds me of those PC, the old PC games. All right, well, I'm gonna stop here because we gotta get to the next console. We are not the mules. Why do I sound German when I'm speaking the Queen's language? Yeah. Alright, so that was PlayStation 1 on the PlayStation 2. I'll have to treat it as a case by case basis regarding whether to play it on PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 2. That's a tough one. It's a tough call. Alright, so let's unplug. Alright, so and the good thing is that the lens is fine now. This plug is also fine. I could get it out. Here we go. This plug is fine. Maybe I should consider doing some light cleaning. It's a little scuffy. Like if I'm not sure. Oh, here we go. So it's a little on the scuffy side here. You could see that. See, and then if you see on the side here, I'm gonna have to figure out how to clean all that out just to avoid any potential dangers of fire. Okay, and it's time to move the PS2. Ow. There we go. Throw those cords down there. All right. Let's move back a bit. Ow. Careful there. Okay. And there we go. Sit that down here. Should turn that around like this. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just do it this way. Yeah, there we go. Alright. PlayStation 2 down there. Now it's time for the composites. It's time for the composite cables. What I'm thinking of doing is I'm gonna try both the S cart and the main Retrotink itself. These prongs here, and the S cart. That's what I'm thinking of. Just maybe one game. I'm not gonna do all three games on all three S carts. I ain't got time to be pulling the cords out and everything. But just try just try it out at least once to see how they look by comparison and get a good idea. So going into Dreamcast, we're casting dreams. Are you casting dreams? I'm casting dreams. I'm not casting dreams. I'm rambling. All right. So, like here. Okay. All the way in. There we are. Perfect. What an awesome system this was, man. Like our minds were blown. And I've seen some people on there like, "Oh, this is a terrible system," but you're not considering the time. You see, you're looking at PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series, and you're looking at the graphics on that, but you have no idea how amazing this looked. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, compared to GameCube. It didn't have that small. If you saw PlayStation, you saw the Resident Evil 4, and that's supposed to be the strongest system over Dreamcast, and yet the Dreamcast could pull off the same exact stuff and have a bigger screen. So let's be realistic here about the Dreamcast. Does it have its flaws? Of course, it has its flaws. I mean, every system has its flaws, but But if you're gonna say that this that this whole makeup is crappy, just look at Resident Evil 4. Just rewind back to Resident Evil 4 and look at what Capcom did on the GameCube, a superior system over the Dreamcast, and what Dreamcast did with what it got. That's my criticism there. That is my criticism. All right. So. I guess it's safe to say. That this whole thing's probably copyright claimed at this point. Gonna get copyright claimed by YouTube when I post this up on the YouTubes. Oh well. Que sera, sera. Oh. Duh. It would help if I plugged this all in. It would help if this is all plugged in. If you're wondering why it is that some of my composites are separated the way they are, you see how they're together? That's because I ran them off of the stereo. I used to connect these to the stereo. Crap, I forgot what they were called. But I would run them off so I could get the stereo surround sound and everything. So I had to separate this to connect the video to the switcher, while these went to the back of the dang it, I forgot the name of that device. You know what I'm saying? It's like to get the stereo sound. But now it's just rendered pointless. Okay. Alright, now this normally happens, especially when upon startup, because it's set to YPBR on default. So you gotta go all the way down to composite, like so. And there it is. That little buzz was the audio, because I plugged the audio in while I had this on. Never do that. Never do that. Never do that. Plug everything in before you hit that start button, before you hit that power button. Alright, we're gonna start with an old classic. Let's see here. Let me hit that. Stupid design too. Why put the cord at the bottom? Why put it at the bottom? Here we go. I already did a live stream of this last year off of the scaler. So on that so you know, it looks the Retrotink comes off a lot better. Comes off way better. Just look at that. Let's take a look at the outputs. Now, if I understand correctly, the H sampling, this doesn't have Dreamcast set. Genesis Saturn. It has Genesis Saturn, but it doesn't have Dreamcast on there. Then there's Saturn 352. Yeah. And that's how it looks like, widescreen. And it just stretches. That's all it does is stretch. Let's see. Interpolation, smooth. Yeah, it's not very discernible. I guess because it's full motion. Let's see here. Let's get a go. Oh, sorry about that. I'm saying all this and I don't even have this switched over. Oh man. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm like pointing all this out. So, yeah, this is smooth, sharp. It doesn't shift or anything. You don't really see that. How about Bob? Yeah, see, Bob reacts to it. Oh, Smooth Bob also reacts to it. You can see it shifting side to side. All right. Alright, so that's how it goes, huh? How is that? It looks pretty good on the OBS. Look at Eggman there. It's Robotnik. We all know who he is. He's one or the other. It's the same thing. We- yeah, let's just take a quick look at this adventure. Oh. Okay. Whew, boy, you are loud.
Let's get him.
Let's see how this looks. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too shabby. On the OBS there. Yeah. And the live stream, it looks nice too. Looks really nice. Sorta, kinda. Yeah, I have to wait through this cutscene, huh? Yep, the start of Sonic 2, right here. Sonic 2 the movie.
Oh yeah. This is happening.
A lot of people don't realize that this was Sonic 2. This is Sonic the Hedgehog 2 the movie.
What's up?
Although he should have broken his legs doing that. SSPD. What is the SS? Oh, Station Square. Really? They called the town Station Square? Station Square Police Department? Gotta say, it looks really nice. Looks really, really nice.
Lock on target, men. Ready? Fire!
Pow, 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 pow.
Oh no! Our weapons are useless!
Oh no!
All personnel, fall back!
You know what? Let me see here.
Oh yeah. This could be fun.
Yeah. Not very much affected, huh? Chaos. Zero. Squish. Squish, squish, squish. Oh. Dang, that actually looks pretty, the resolution looks pretty good. All things considered. There we go.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
Right. Camera movement is not too bad. I wanna get to the first stage. I wanna see how it looks. Off the Retrotink.
Come on, you big drip. Where you going?
I'm going to the sewers. Bye. Yeah, the camera movement on the OBS looks really nice. It is 60 frames, so it's really...
You know nothing, fool! It's Chaos, the god of destruction!
Alrighty then. Ah, gotta wait and wait and wait and wait. Cutscenes. You know how it goes.
Huh? What? Tails?
bury him. And the people pop up out of nowhere. All right, let's see how the stage plays out at high speed. Ow. Oh. Well, that's what I wanted to do. I meant to do that. Yeah, I think that I have to do something with my TV settings if I want to really get that sharp clarity going. Oh, uh-oh, it just hit. Did it happen again? Okay. No, let's just check in what's going on there. Let me see here. Yeah, it's unaffected by, it seems to be unaffected.
Better get going.
It's only affected by the deinterlacer. I'm sure if I were to mess with this here. Oh, that's Bob offset. Screw Bob. What's the field order? Invert. Yeah, you see, now look at that. The field order, when it's inverted, normal. Yeah, you can see the difference. I can see the difference here too. You can see the difference here. So, scaling, crop, nah. Output, nah, it doesn't matter. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, that was actually pretty noticeable. Yeah. Let's finish this stage up. Listen to the most coolest song in this game. Once I got a good look at the video, see how. Look at that whale. There it is. Got the one up. Got the up one. Here's the lighthouse. There we go. Here we are.
Jump on panel number 1. It will take you to panels 2 and 3. Jump as soon as you land on a panel or else you'll fall.
And there we go. Yes! I gotta say, that looks really smooth. Well, smooth for being the Dreamcast, you know. But it looks really, it looks really good.
Not bad.
Okay, let's hit the old reset buttons. There we go. Reset this. Okay. So, Y'all interested in fighting games? I got a whole bunch of fighting games. This one in particular for the Dreamcast. I've been playing on the place on Street Fighter 5. Polyworld. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh! He has Project Justice! The sequel to Rival Schools. What's gonna happen to all the schools? Yeah, it lacks the opening, the classic opening, I think. Let's see how it looks. Let's get a good look at how a fighting game looks. Free mode, yes. Batsu. Actually, yep. No, I want it. No. I want it Akira. Oh. Oh. Oh well. It's alright. At least I got her on the team. Fight! Man. Dry-san! Yeah, there's her moves. Oh, she got the Burning Vigor up. And there's the high jump. Like in, Alright, I'm having too much fun now. I gotta move on to the next game. But yes, I have a lot of fighting games. Not all of them though, you know, because I don't have the all of the Street Fighter 3 ones. I only have the Third Strike one. I don't have the New Generation or the Giant Impact, and I don't have Marvel vs. Capcom 1 either. So, yeah. So, what is this one game here? What is this one game here? I just got this over the weekend. And this was one of those luck. You want to talk about lightning in a bottle? This was sheer luck. Mm-hmm. This looks familiar. Oh my gosh, this looks familiar. He's got this. Oh my gosh, he really has it. Ah. That's what people would be saying if they're watching this. Be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he has this. Ah, ah. Now loading. I've never played this. I never played any of this series. Not Jet Set Radio or Jet Grind Radio. This will be my first ever playthrough of the game when I get started up, and that's why I'm not even going to hit the start button. Like I don't want to touch this. But let's take a look and see how this is going on here. Yeah, it looks really good. This really looks good. And again, I don't think I can do much about the... Yeah, because it's not... I guess the Dreamcast just got it, I guess. Well, you know what? He doesn't have it really set for... have any preset settings for the Dreamcast. I guess... I mean, look at that. Look at how it looks on the OBS, man. Jeez, man. Dang. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
This is most disturbing.
Wonderful aesthetics and everything. Very floaty looking. I guess that's the way this character operates. Everybody just sidestepping right into the stream, gets hit by a car. Yeah, now he's just going on a loop. All right, let's move on to the next system. We're making some good progress here. No, we're not. I don't even know what progress is. I don't even know what the progress is, or what constitutes that. Woo! Here we go. So yeah, Jet Grind Radio. That was pure luck. A very happy luck. Here we go. Move this down here. Yeah, I'm gonna be unraveling a lot of wires when this is all said and done. All right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. When I'm trying to. Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot. I was gonna check out the S card, wasn't I? All right. That's right. I was gonna check the S card. So why not check it out on Jet Grind Radio? Let's see how the S card looks. The S card adapter. Hold on. Let's get this all plugged in. So that's how you do it. You plug it into the sides like this, and you have the adapter, which is very flimsy at best. Gotta make sure you get it pushed as far in as possible, just like that. And let me just get the controller here. I completely forgot about the S card. I want to try and move things along so badly. Here we go. All right. Let's get Jet Grind Radio and see how it looks on the S card. On that S card adapter. So with the S card adapter, you gotta make sure you switch it to S card on the input. So you go to not S card RGB but S card CV. The S card CV is where you wanna be at. Yeah. So as you see, S card CV, and this is what it looks like. Let me see here. That's 16. NES Genesis. Yeah. There we go. Generic. Alright. Smooth, sharp. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I do notice sometimes there's this weird little thing at the bottom here, but I don't see it on the OBS. Nope, I don't see it on the OBS, but I see it on my TV sometimes. It's got this weird little line at the bottom. Yeah, up there it is. It's on the OBS. I'm not sure what that's all about. But this is S-card. This is what it looks like on the S-card adapter. Make sure to set the S-card adapter to in, not out. It's not out. You're not outputting. You're inputting because you're running it through to the that the HDMI. But this is what S-card looks like. I wonder how many people dance to Jet Grind Radio, Jet Set Radio. But yeah, this is S-card in a nutshell. Looks pretty. It looks really nice. Let me see if I can switch over. On the OBS, it looks nice. I wish it would look nice on the. How's Bob? Bob don't care. Yeah, so yeah, that's a little too much here. What up? Minimum lag. No difference. Yeah, there's no difference. Oh, there is the difference. Well, in terms of the box. Yeah. 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 There it is. There we go. Jet Grind Radio on S-card. I'm sure this will require going deep into those deep dive settings. All right, let's switch systems now. That's S-card. Shop Smart S-card. I know it's not S-Smart. There we go. Okay. Let's plug this out. Okay. All right. Next up is Super Nintendo and the N64 because they both use the same AV output. Okay. I don't know why you keep getting like glued in. I'm very worried that it's gonna pull the whole thing out. I don't want to keep it plugged in because then bad things could end up happening. All right. Let's take this back to the stand. He got up out of his seat. What kind of host gets up out of his seat? This kind of host. This kind of host gets up out of his seat and sits back down. Like so. There we go. All right. So we're gonna start off with ye old Super Nintendo. Let me get this out. All right. So again, I'm gonna check out the S-carts. And both the S-carts and the Retrotink primary spot, and see how they all look. There we go. The last game, I'll do that on the last game because, like I said, I'm only gonna check one game for the for that whole thing. So. There we go. Careful. There we go. So, here we go. Yeah, so you'll probably notice this nice fresh looking gray around this oxidized gray. This was the replacement. You see here, this part here, this is where the AC adapter goes to. That whole thing came off and exposed the prongs. And thankfully, it was still working until I found that the fuse blew out, because the surge protector that I had, not this one, but an old surge protector I had, turned out to be faulty. And thanks to that lamp over there, it showed that it was like shorting out. You know what I'm saying? Like it was blinking off whenever I plugged it in, plugged anything in. And what happened was that when I plugged in the Super Nintendo, that reacted, and because the prongs were very much exposed, I guess it blew out the fuse. So they had to replace the fuse also. So big thanks to GameZone in Hillsdale, New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? They replaced the fuse, and they replaced this whole thing, and it works like butters now. And of course, I immediately threw out the surge protector because it's busted, and I bought myself this new one that I'm using here to avoid that horror, the horror. So it's very annoying. I'm not sure why this keeps getting all sticky. It sticks down there. The old extension for what was supposed to be the Super Famicom disk system. Very disappointed. I wish that they had brought the disk systems, but hey, you know what? They did good with the cartridges, translating those Famicom disk system games. It's just too bad that games like Metroid and Kid Icarus didn't come out with the battery pack and was stuck on password. But the passwords were cool. It was a good sell. You know what I'm saying? Because of the secret codes behind it. We would never have known that Samus was a woman. We would never have known Samus was a woman if not for Justin Bailey. Wherever you are, Justin, good job. Here we go. So the last game that's gonna be played on the Super Nintendo will go on to the S cart, and then jump on over to the N64. Here we go. In here, and in here. There we go. Make sure that's all the way in. All right. So what is the first game? The first game will be Super Metroid. Oh. I need the controller. I had to buy a new controller. I think my two Super Nintendo controllers are like done for. Well, I know one is done for. Like, it's very obvious. Like, the buttons are all missing and everything. But the other one, I think that one is done for good. So I got the what I did is there we go. And as usual, go into input, composite. Okay, so you can really see the smooth on this, I think. Difference between soft and smooth. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting. How dare you? How dare you? You know why? Because I got thrown off by this and I forgot to deal with this. But it's not a big deal. Did this not switch? Come on, switch over. I thought I switched over. Or did I press the wrong button? I pressed the wrong button? You stink with the Stream Deck! Shame on you! Alright. Yeah, let's reset. Alright, here we go. I found it so funny when Metroid Dread was announced and it said Metroid 5. I was like, yes, Metroid 5. People were like, 5? Where's the first? Where's 4 and 3? It's like, my brain's like, are you sure you're Metroid fans? You should know the numbering of Metroid. I question you. I judge thee. No, but it was just really funny, you know, because nobody really pay, you know, unless you're like really into Metroid, you would never really think about it. You'd never really think about it that it's numerical, that there's actually a numerical order, you know. Metroid Prime was such a revolutionary thing that happened, you know, saying that you never thought about the chronological order of things, and it's totally understandable when people saw Metroid 5 and wondering, well, where's 3 and 4, and not realizing that Super Metroid was 3 and Metroid Fusion was 4. The reason why I'm hitting this is because if you look at the lettering, you can really see the difference in between the sharp and the smooth. You can see how it's pixelated, but you can also see the lines on the M, you know, on the lettering. But when you see that most of the lines are a little bit more faint, and the squared edges are a little bit more rounded out. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, quite honestly. I guess it's just really really personal preference. Medium, sharp, soft, smooth. Oh well. But yeah, this actually can be discernible. In fact, if we go into the sampler, here's the Super NES. That's how it looks like. Yeah, that's how it looks like when you use the sampler. That's the cool thing, is that they give you samplers, preset preset stuff there. You know, they give you preset things there. Yeah, let me jump over. See, that's how it looks like preset. If you could then come over here to, oh, there we go. Generic. That's generic, and that's preset. You can really see the jagged edges there. Keep that on smooth. Yeah, so let's take a quick look at the game. Here we go. Yeah, I've beaten this game many times, so it doesn't really in different systems, so it doesn't really matter, you know. So, you know, I beaten it, you know, when I rented it from Blockbuster, but I also beaten it on the Wii. I think I got it on the Wii U. Yeah, I beaten it on the Wii U. So, you know, it's nothing new to me. This is nothing new. And there it is. Here's the game. And I'm already gonna die. Oh, okay. I'm gonna survive. I wonder. Oh. Oh. Oh well. There we go. That's Super Metroid. Metroid 3, Super Metroid. Alright. Next game. Next game. Here we go. Here we go. Gotta get this out of the box. That is Donkey Kong Country 2. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I keep my games in their boxes. If I have them. Sadly, I had all my Game Boy boxes for all my Game Boy games, and then the hurricane happened, and I lost all the boxes. Yeah, well, not all the boxes. I lost 18 boxes. I still have the boxes for the others, but I lost 18 boxes, and they were all from the early Game Boy releases. Revenge of the Gator, Double Dragon, Ninja Gaiden, Kung Fu Master. I lost those boxes, man. The Game Boy Advance boxes, the color boxes, I still have those. But man, I was just so mad because there went the collectability. The cool thing is I still have the rule books, all the rule books except for Kung Fu Master. That must have went with the box. But losing, but you know, just losing that was very upsetting. And I didn't even realize that until I was moving into my office. That's how much I paid attention to my stuff. So you can really see the difference here. Here's this smooth, and yeah, you could really see. Yeah, that's how it looks like smooth, and it's very, very blocky when it's not smooth. Okay, so yeah, see, you can see the pixelation on the words and letters, and then you see it all smoothed out. But that's all it does, is really smooth. I still. I still got to figure out how to like really make it clear and crisp. I guess it looks clear and crisp on there. Yeah, see, I can see the frame rate. I'm looking at the stream right now, and I can see the frame rate of the DK coin spinning, whereas here on the Vizio it's pretty slow. I never even considered the lag. Well, I haven't seen any bad input lag, honestly. See how well. Oh, one thing's for sure, it is moving nicely. On the OBS, it looks like the 60 frames per second is really doing this game justice. Yeah, yeah, that's not bad. The frame rate is actually pretty decent. Okay. Okay, let's pull this out. I'll just sit through here. All right, so what is the surprise game for the Super Nintendo? I mean, all the games are surprises. I mean, I'm just trying to hype you all up. Are y'all hyped up? Feel the hype. Feel the hype. Interesting. It stays. The Earth is pixelated, but it smooths out. But the sea doesn't. It still shows the sharp jag. Well, there's the jagged edges is there, but it's like curved off, like it was smoothed out. Well, yes, it is smoothed out. But my point is that you can still, you know, the pixel is still there on that C, on the G. Sorry, it's the letter G. I should know my letters. More explorations. Let's see here. Yeah, you can see the pixels on the letters there. Look at that S. And it smooths out. So yeah, I don't have to really do much on the settings side. I mean, until I can actually get myself. In terms of the OBS, I think the OBS is fine. But for the TV, if I want to really get that, you know, a little bit more improved, I'll have to get a better TV that could work off on the Retrotink. That's all. That's all it is. Get that. Here, let's see what the gameplay looks like. Oh, I was still... Oh, didn't I beat this game? Oh, I think I did beat this game. Alright, let's go into this. I'm definitely start from scratch. Yeah, I definitely beat this game. Yeah. I'm not gonna go too far into this. I just want to move the screen around a bit. Alright. Let me hit the reset, shut it off, and we're going to look at the S card. Okay. Let's see how S card works. Let's see how the S card works on the live stream. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. And once again, I got to push this in a bit more. Alright, now before I get started, I'm going to go into input, switch over to CV. Alright. Start. Now let's get a good look at that. Yeah, with the, got all this dust on me all of a sudden. Yeah, that's the thing. It just doesn't look any different on the Vizio. I'm wondering how different it really looks. I mean, it's not really using actual S card cord, but I don't want to run it through 1,000 things if I have the HDMI here going. See what before I press the start button. And keep in mind, my mission is what I'm trying to get is not, you know, some pixel perfect thing going here. I just want nice, good clarity. Just nice, good clarity for you guys on the OBS, so that way you guys can see a good, clear looking game. So you can be able to enjoy watching the game in action. I gotta say, it looks really nice at 60 frames. Yeah. Really moving nice and smooth. Let's get into the game here and take a quick look. Okay, that's it. That's the Super Nintendo. That's the Super Nintendo. And that was the Illusion of Gaia. The Illusions of Gaia. Gaia is an illusion. That's horrifying. Alright, let's unplug you and put you away. We're going to put you in a new spot. Okay. I'll keep you here. You come on out. Okay. So, yep, there'll be some Super Nintendo action going. Plenty of it. all this over here. You should see the cords right now. They're all like one big pile. they're all piled up. Let's see. I gotta keep this up here for the N64. There we go. Let's move the Super Nintendo over. Oh. Okay, let's just sit you here. There we go. It's gonna sit right on top of the right on top of the NES. Sit right on top of the NES and be happy. Okay, next up, N64. Play it loud. Play it loud. What does that even mean? You blast the music up. Oh, use the AV cables. My TV can't do that. Use your VCR. Oh. There we go. All right. Let's plug this in. Of all the systems, the N64 is the one where I had the most output of near 100% completion. Well, I wouldn't say of 100% completion. Like I 100%ed most of my games. Pretty much almost finished off my entire catalog until Donkey Kong 64 happened, and then that actually killed it in terms of me trying to do 100% gaming, because it's utterly ridiculous to have every single that's what 6 characters in Donkey Kong 64, and you telling me that I have to collect 100 bananas for each of the 6 characters, and then collect all, instead of being how you say, instead of being cumulative, you have every single one of them is individual, and it's like, come on, man. That's how you kill gaming. It stopped being fun, and I never beat I didn't beat Donkey Kong 64 until like maybe years later, 10 years later maybe. I don't know. What I do know was that I was not I was not having it anymore after that. And I 100% of Banjo-Kazooie, Super Mario 64. I almost did it with Shadows of the Empire. But then I got burned out completely. Oh, sorry. Remember, input, composite. There we go. So, no, here. Let's see. So here's the sampler. Where's the N64? This is the N64 sampler. Yeah, you can see how insanely pixelated this is. It's crazy pixelated. Like, jeez, the stars itself is freaking pixelated. Just look at all of that. Just look at the Shadows of the Empire on there. Let's go back to, and then look how smooth that looks. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Yeah. Let's skip all this here, because that's just dialogue and such. Let's see how the game looks. Yeah, so yeah, this one looks even more clear when you see Shadows of the Empire on there, in terms of smooth versus sharp. See, that's sharp and there's smooth. You could really see the pixelation on this one when it's on sharp, and then bam, look at how smooth that is. So yeah, it seems like the settings on the Retrotink is like case by case thing. So yeah, that's not a lie. I actually did play this on Jedi. Unfortunately, I made it all the way to the end. I made it all the way to the end. Yeah, I'll show you. So yeah, this is Jedi, which is the highest difficulty setting, and I collected all the challenge points until this part here. Now there's no challenge points in Skyhook Battle, but the problem is that in Jedi mode, I couldn't get past the first ship. Seriously, no matter how much I shot at the ships, I instantly died. So I wasn't exactly getting, you know, to the station to beat the game. And so tired of this after having gone through all of this. After having gone through all of this, I decided just to put in the Wampa Stompa code and just at the end. That's terrible. Oh, yeah, you'll see what I mean in a second. I'm wondering. Also, I'll never understand the ship designs, well, with the freighters, because all the cockpits are on the far right side. Yeah, this is it. Do the... Where's the bomb coming from? Yeah, see? That's how fast I died. Because that's Jedi mode, but it's like... You know what I'm saying? Like, you're trying to stop these incoming bombs from happening, while at the same time you're getting pelted. But I wouldn't mind doing this all over again in Jedi mode. I wouldn't mind, you know, doing this from scratch without you know, giving up and going to Wampa Stompa mode and just try and figure out how to win this. Star Vipers. And you only get 5 missiles, so even if I use up all my missiles, yeah, that's it. Alright, that's Shadows of the Empire. That is Shadows of the Empire. Alright. This is another one where I lost the box. This is the only game that, the N64 game that I lost the box to the Hurricane, which really was upsetting. All the other N64 games I have are boxes. Even the ones that I buy used, I make sure that they have a box. You'll understand. Here's our next one. This one is a little favorite of mine. And I built my Yu-Gi-Oh deck around. Because that was pretty cool what they did for Yu-Gi-Oh. There we go. There's Go-Go, the Gallant Ninja. There's Masked Ninja Ibisu. Lady Ninja Yae. And Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke. or the Sasuke Samurais. And this is what I was telling, what I was saying in my live stream over when I did my live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in YouTube. Impact should have been made as an Ixie monster, and you put the Goemon and Ibisumaru card under it, attach them to it. It should have been done. It should have happened. It would have been awesome. That would have been an awesome ICSI. In fact, it should have put all 4 characters into Impact. So let's see how the game works. This is fine. So again, pay attention to this. This is the N64, okay? Capcom. This is the N64. We got the box just like Resident Evil 4. Okay, just like the N64. Can I skip all this? Yep. Big screen. Why couldn't you not do that on the on Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube? GameCube. This is the N64, and it could and Konami they were able to do this, but you couldn't do it with Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. I'm sorry. I just can't let go of it. It's just disturbing. You don't want to use this setting because you're throwing away your money. See? You need money. How's the movement? Yeah, you can really see the age. Hold on. I definitely want to revisit this for the live stream. Most definitely. Just a little fun. I know, right? Play the whole game like this. Okay, that's Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Alright. Wow, 3 more systems to go. And I still gotta get one more game. One more surprise game that I happen to have. For the hype. For the hype. You want to be hyped. No, you don't want to be hyped. Do you want to be hyped? You don't want to be hyped. Oh, right. This is one of the later boxes. Here we go. And we're going to test out the S-Cart to see how that looks. Here we go. So I found this one used. It came with the, they had the box and everything. Instruction booklet. All the nice trimmings. And good thing is, I have the expansion pack. Let's see, well, hold on a second. Let's finish this up. Oh my gosh! I know that I'm living a fantasy world. I need more people to watch and more people to follow and enjoy and everything. I mean, don't be afraid to come on and enjoy. Just enjoy. You know you want to enjoy. Of course, this is so dark. Like, really living up to its name, being perfectly dark. I can't see anything.
Are they all expendable?
And I'm not going to start and take a look at the gameplay because I've never played Perfect Dark before. This is completely new. I have no idea what to expect.
What's the target location?
Well, I gotta say, man, Rare did a good job making this whole thing here, doing this whole thing. And that wasn't easy. And there's our hero in all her blocky glory. Our heroine. And that's it. I can't, tinkering around would be pointless because it's so dark. It's not clear enough. I wouldn't even know. But from what I could see on the live stream, yeah, the resolution, it looks nice and well for what it is, and the frame rate is pretty good. Yeah, see, Perfect Dark. It looks perfectly clear there on the OBS. They're on the live stream. How about you? Yeah. Yeah, it's just really dark. I'll have to figure out the gamma, so that way everybody can see what's going on. All right. So that was the Hundingerding. The AV, the official AV out that the Super Nintendo and N64 uses. There we go. Let's switch out. Let's push this down. Down. Oh, it'll help if I do it this way. Try to put it back in its wrapping. Who puts it back in their wrapping? I put things back in their wrapping. Sadly though, this one is a little, yeah. There we go. Okay, and there we are. Sort of, kind of, almost. Do I care? Well, I do care because I wouldn't have bought the box if I didn't care. It's all right. Okay, let's. Sorry. S cart. I completely forget the S cart. Oh, there it goes. This little piece here. All right, just throw that down there. I forgot about the S cart. I'm not smart. I don't shop smart. I don't shop S-Mart. I know, the joke doesn't work. Cause, you know, S-Cart, S-Smart. Anyway. Yeah. And here we are. Let's see how the S-Cart. Let's see if the S-Cart with the expansion pack makes any difference. Oh, and of course. Always change the input. There we go. Well, let's see what we got here. It looks a little. All right. It's there. Perfectly dark.
Why the big hurry?
If Dr. Donald is not extracted tonight, Datadyne will put him through mind conditioning. And we'll lose our best chance of finding out what Datadyne are up to.
Are they all expendable?
Don't you?
Oh, this one looks a little. I guess.
Only operate on the old
I don't know. I guess the S card is overrated. I don't know.
cards are a different matter, of course.
You know what it is? I don't know what the settings are. I'll have to figure out the settings.
Way down the building to the ground level.
I'll have to figure out if there's any settings that I may need to do.
Facility.
How will I recognize them?
We don't have an image record.
Thanks. Stop cutting around like that.
All we have is the name.
That's terrible.
Good luck, Dr. Garg.
That's it. All right. Honestly, I don't know. You know what? I shouldn't even say that. Only because I don't have the I don't have the S card cable. I'm just running it off the adapter through the HDMI. But if I really knew how to do the S card cable properly, I'm sure that the difference will be quite noticeable. Like it would be very, very noticeable. All right, so let's switch this back here, and let's. I'll take this out, and dirt. Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's. And plug. There we are. Controller down here. All right. Ooh, This is a pretty long stream. But it's worth it. There we go. Man. Better be careful here. Move these over. Yeah, alright. And now let's put the N64 back. Back, I say. Back. Back. There we go. And you go right down here. There we are. There we go. You know what? Just for the aesthetic of the background. Nah, you won't be able to see it. Sorry, I was gonna swap, but I realized you're not gonna see it on the camera. I know you can't hear me from all the way down here. Like, what do you say? Hold on, let me just fix myself up here. I'm whispering things that you cannot hear. Alright, there we go. There, alright. Okay, next up. Alright, it's the last component cable that I got here. There we go. And this is the one that's going to be used on the Atari, the NES, and the Turbo-Grafx. If I can just undo all this. Oh my gosh, it's all tangled. Uh-oh, it really is tangled. This is bad. Alright, first of all, move the Atari over here. The Atari's gonna go last because this setup is a lot. Start with the Nintendo, the old NES. Yeah, I have to stay there. There we go. Woo! Got it. Got it. Here we are. Alright, so I'm not using the Nintendo's official cord because I don't know what happened to it. But I really want the audio cables to split. So what I did with for the Nintendo is that I got this little Y adapter for the audio, so that way I can fit it into the sides here. There we go. So because for some dumb reason, you know, they only provide one audio output socket. So why Nintendo? I don't understand. I'll never understand the cost cutting. So I got to use this Y adapter so that way I can split. So that way I can run it through the two audios, so it could go on both speakers, or so that way both sounds can happen. And this is gonna be the same cord that I'm gonna use, that I'm going to attach to the others. I don't think this is S card capable, so I'm not gonna bother testing out the S card. And this is a very unusual AV cable because for some dumb reason the manufacturers decided to set it up like this. I want you to take a good look. And now look at where the colors are at. The yellow's in the middle. Normally the yellow will be on the side, and the red and the white would be side by side. But they're being clever. A bunch of smarties. They're like, look, it's artistic. No, it's not artistic. You're morons. You just make things difficult to plug things in. So yeah, these three I don't think are S-card compatible, so I'm not gonna run them through. It might be if they are, I'll have to figure that one out. Because I know Genesis is definitely S-card, but I don't have a Genesis. Okay, and here is the socket. Okay. I got real lucky finding a store that actually sold the official Nintendo AC adapter independently of the whole thing. Independent of the system, because my other two AC adapters are dead. And woof, that was when you want to talk about a close call, huh? You want to talk about a close call. Now, one of the key problems with the NES, much like the Atari, is it's old. It's old, and that means that the RF box or wherever, the connection is all screwed up. Now, let's see here. There we go. And it gives me that. Wavy lines. Wavy lines. And I've been going up and down the internet trying to figure out how. And they say you got to go into the whole RF box inside the console. And I don't know if I'll be able to find a store that can fix that. That could straighten it out. It's the capacitors from what I understand. It's the capacitors. And it's not that's something that's very difficult to fix up. Let's see here. So yeah, this is sharp. This is smooth. I've noticed on YouTube that Super Mario Brothers all look like this. Well, not with the wavy lines, but in terms of trying to get as clear as possible with regards to the Retrotink. Like, Mario's always going to look fuzzy on the outlines. You don't have the accurate pixelations going there. And it's sharp. That's him sharp. And that's him. Yeah. You know what? I could do this even better. Oh. Is this plugged in all the way? There we go. No? Ah, there we go. Got it. I was a little worried there. This is a fresh bone. This is still good. This is still good. So, yeah. Sharp. This is smooth. This is sharp. I can actually see. Yeah, you can see it on the mountain there. You see all the blockiness, all those nice pixels, and then it is all smoothed out. So that's how you can actually tell the difference between smooth and sharp. You can see on there how it is. But Mario looks like he was a cutout board. let me get him big. Here we go. Yeah, look at his mustache. Look how smooth his mustache looks like. And then here it is sharp. Like, you could really see the two squares there, but then you see it. If you look at his mustache very carefully, you can see how blocky it is. But then there it is, all smoothed out, like curved in. Okay. So yeah, I gotta figure out, because I really don't want to play with those wavy lines. I need like real help, big time, trying to figure out how to get those wavy lines out. Here we go. Here's our next one. There we go. I tried. I've been looking around the NES too. Oddly enough, when I was watching a video on NES 2, the NES 101 revision, the top loader. This dude on YouTube, he was like, yeah, they Nintendo came out with another revision of the top loader with the AV outs, and I'm like, oh, and I started looking all over to try to confirm if this was true and everything. And nobody, and apparently from what's being told is that it was actually Nintendo fixing it up because Nintendo decided instead of making it like the Super Nintendo for the RF out, the AV out, they decided to go with the remain with the old RF coaxial, and it's for some reason it started producing these crazy lines and washout of the colors and such on the NES 2. So for most people they didn't care, but it was very noticeable, and so according to the internet, Nintendo would take in the system, saying, and replace it with the AV cord, with this, saying the official one that you would use on the Super Nintendo. So there's no actual out in the wild modifications, revisions. I mean, not modifications. So chances are, if you have one, it turns out, you got to confirm if that was the official Switch or if it was actually a fan modified system. So yeah, looking at the pixelation here. Yeah, if you put on sharp, yeah, smooth might not be good for the NES. Sharp might be a little bit more better from what I could see in this instance. So yeah, because I was thinking of getting the top loader. Yeah, smooth is not really good for the NES from what I could see here. You can see how nice and clear. I can see how nice and clear the lettering is, despite the wavy lines and everything. Whereas here, this one is a little bit more fuzzier. So yeah, sharp would be the best way to go with the NES, but sharp would be the best way to go on the NES. It looks a little bit more. That looks a lot more cleaner than anything else. But getting rid of that wavy lines, man. So I wanted to do the NES 2, and I have found NES 2s in the wild everywhere. They're not, at least here in my region, they're not hard to find, but they're not exactly modified. So I have to really take into consideration if I really want those lines. If I really want those lines that in the washout look, or if I want to just stay on this here. Which then I need to figure out how to get those capacitors fixed. Uh-oh. What? Wait, why is the A button? Wow, you mean to tell me my NES is busted? The controller. No. I have to like reinsert it. No, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Oh well. I died. Yeah, you don't want to destroy those. I forgot about that. What did I just say to myself, and I still did it anyway? Okay. Let's move on to the next game. Oh, sorry. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I'm talking about all of this, and you're not even seeing the whole thing. Hold on. Dang it. And, you know, I'm trying to do a presentation here, and, you know, I'm one guy, you know. Yeah, come on, get in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to do a presentation. Like, I'm trying to switch between screens. You know what I mean? And, dang it. So, I'm talking to you about the wavy lines, and you're not even seeing the wavy lines. I'm talking about all these little things that's happening here. I apologize for that. I really do apologize for that. Yeah. There's the smooth. You know what I'm saying? And then that's how it looks sharp, smooth, sharp, smooth, which is all cool and everything, but it just it feels washed out. I don't know. Whereas whereas sharp looks a lot more clearer. It's pretty noticeable. Yeah. Let me get into here. Yeah, that was pretty weird what happened to the controller, because I was moving around and now all of a sudden the controller was like, no, I'm not gonna operate. So let me try another stage here. Pharaoh Man. They're running out of ideas. Pharaoh Man. Yeah. Yeah, because of the black the black background, the wavy lines are not noticeable. But Super Mario Brothers, oh boy. I mean, you can see the wavy lines here. If you see on the background there. Yeah, so you can see the wavy lines on this one. Yeah. Let me show you Super Mario Brothers. There we go. The old shift a bit. But yeah, here it is right there. All that waviness. I can even see it on the live stream too. All that waviness. You could really see the difference. Yeah, let me hit the start button. Here we go. World 101. So there's all the waviness. This is sharp. And then if you look at it, it's all curved, nicely curved. You don't see the pixels, the blockiness, as opposed to this here where you see all the blockiness. Yeah. Yep. I guess I don't know. I mean, I guess this is much more cleaner, keeping the sharp on, as opposed to say, smooth. How smooth is the pipe? No, yeah, I mean, you could see it, but that's ridiculous. Yeah, you could remove the pixelation and such. You can see that in the clouds too. See how pixelized, but then it's all nice and smooth. I don't know. I guess it's a taster's choice if you want it smooth or sharp. You know, if you want it smooth and sharp. Okay. And what's the next game on the NES? What is it gonna be? What is it gonna be? The box. The box. A green screen. There we go. Baby has it. Yeah, this definitely needs a sharpness, doesn't it? Yeah, the sharpness. Yeah, the sharp is a lot more clearer for the NES. It's just very cool. It's just very apparent. Let's see here. Super NES, Genesis, PS1, N64, Saturn, PS1. I didn't even check the N64 on that one, man. Oh, that's fine. I'm not even gonna use these type of settings anyway. Those settings. You know, the whole mission is to keep it clear. Let's see. Let's get a good look at how. Yeah, look at the waves. Well, what's supposed to be the waves in the water. You can see how blocky it is, and then look at that, all smoothed out. You can see that on the roof too. On the roof. I'm not messing mostly with the smooth part here, but it's just that all of this is just way too much. You know, trying to do all this. I still don't understand Bob. Bob might be misunderstood, but I could care less about Mob. Prescaler doesn't really switch. I'm sure it probably did in the other systems. But that seems to be more the most important thing of all of it. Is just... you know what? Let me see something here. 1200. Yeah, that's 1200p. 1920 by 1200. I don't know how to feel about that. This seems a lot more clear in regards to the NES. The foot. Oh my gosh, this is such a hard boss. Oh, I can't beat him. I can't beat him. Oh my gosh, that was so hard. Dang. Oof. Okay. So, that's it. That's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let's you know what? I'll do the. I'm gonna check the S card. I'm gonna check the S card. In fact, let me see if the S card does anything different. See, I thought I've seen some people say a different plug would help out, so I might have to consider getting a plug to see if that works on the wavy lines. Like, it's supposed to bypass the waviness. So I'll have to take that into consideration. See if I can get my hands on something like that. You know, let me reset that. Let's see here. I don't know. I mean, let me just start this up. Yeah, I can see a layer of white at the top of the screen. So I guess it's making a big difference of some type. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this boss is so tough. Oh my gosh, I can't beat him. Oh my gosh, I actually beat him. That was so hard. Just to go over here. I could have walked over there. Alright, so that's what S-Cart looks like. S-Cart Go. Let's see the sharpness. Yeah, the sharpness is more prominent. It's very much prominent. Let me see here. Oh yeah, if you see the Teenage Mutant, it's all blurry and squishy, but it tries to flesh it out. See, look at what the S card does. That doesn't happen with outside of the S card. Yeah, it exposed a lot of stuff there. Look at that top. Okay, and then you see the white band there. Yeah, I don't think the S card is a good thing unless I actually, well, maybe not for the NES, but at least now we know how that turns out. Okay. All right, so that was the NES. NES TLES. That's the Nestle's commercial. Just look up old Nestle commercials. You'll hear that song. They'll spell out the NES and then follow it up with TLES. Yeah, the system is showing its age, and I wanted to get the top loader because of the age of my NES. I mean, it still works. I mean, you saw it yourself, but you know, it's like, do I really want the because I have something here that could help out. I don't know. I doubt it, but to not have the wavy lines versus the those mysterious straight lines that Nintendo screwed up on, I don't know. It's a tough call, but if I could get this to stop doing that, I won't have to bother with the NES 2, getting that top loader. Here we go. But I'm gonna try and find solutions before I find myself getting people to crack this open, the insides, and start working on it. There we go. So I'm going to put you like this, and we got ourselves a nice new little addition to the background. There we go. There we are. How's that look? Does that look good? Here, let's find out. Oof. Na na na. Narnia. Yeah, the NES and the Super NES sitting on top of each other, that looks pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that hard. Oh yeah. Okay. Next up is Turbo-Grafx 16. Okay. Let me pull this up. So, given that Twitch erases videos after a certain period of time, my playthrough of the Keith Courage and Alpha Zones is gone. You'll find it on YouTube if you're interested. If you want to see the Bonk's Adventure one on YouTube, covering the Hyperkin, I'll show you. So I got this first, which is the Hyperkin HD TV cable. When I saw it, when I first saw it on YouTube, people talking about about this cable. Since they were old videos, I figured maybe they did, over time they did a revision. Here we go. This is a little clearer. I figured maybe they might have done a revision, getting rid of the red wash and everything. So I purchased it and gave it a try and put it on, and of course did the live stream on YouTube. And sadly enough, no, I don't know if this is apparently they didn't. I'm not sure, because the store that I bought it from had a lot of it in stock. Had a lot of it in stock, so I was assuming that maybe this was a new revision or something, and it turns out that it wasn't. It wasn't whatsoever, and I live streamed Bonk's Adventure with a very red washed Bonk. Then last month, over at Digital Press Video Games, I hit the pay dirt, the jackpot, Turbo Booster. Look at that. I got the Turbo Booster, which expanded the length of the whole thing, made this even more fatter and wider. and it works like a dream. So I played this with Keith Courage on this encoder, and you know, it was okay. It was okay. It was fine. You know, it did its job. It did its job. But when I tested it out on the Retrotink, whoo, oh my gosh, oh, this is, you have no idea how much of a difference the world makes with that Retrotink and the Turbo-Grafx. Like my brain exploded in ways you could not have imagined. If anything, this system, the Turbo-Grafx 16 slash PC Engine, really got the best benefit out of the Retrotink. Like everything looks cool and everything, but the Retrotink just turned the Turbo-Grafx 16 into something else. Here we go. It feels like I'm playing an entirely new system. Okay, here we go. Alright. Okay. So, oh, I got the wrong game here. Hold on. I'll be back. Here we go. There we go. Of course, I hope the day that I'll hit the big paid jackpot and either finding the Turbo Duo or the Turbo CD. I would definitely get my hands on one of those two if I can. We're gonna start off with, of course, Bonk's Adventure. Bonk's Adventure. There you go. All right. Oh, and of course, let me turn this off for a second because, as usual, I keep forgetting to switch to composite. All right, and here we go. Oh, hold on. I don't think I have it all the way in. There we go. Look at that. Oh my gosh, look how clear that is. Hold on, let me see. Here we go. We got on smooth, ears sharp. So this is what it looks like smooth. And this is what it looks like sharp. So you can really see the big difference between sharp and smooth on here. It's very noticeable. It's very noticeable. And it doesn't even come off blurry, whichever way you pick. Like it doesn't look. Well, blurry is not the right thing to say. The clarity. That's the thing to say. You could really see the difference of clarity. You could barely see the difference of clarity, and how it looks on the OBS is just magnificent. Keep in mind, I'm still looking through the Vizio in terms of the whole thing, but on the OBS, oh my gosh, man. You know, saying smooth or sharp, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. It's just, magnifique. And yes, all that ridiculous red wash that the Hyperkin does, non-existent. Look at Bonk looks like he's supposed to look like. He doesn't look like a red beet. He doesn't look like a red beet. Yeah, see, look at that. Sharp, smooth, sharp, smooth, sharp, smooth. Oprah, Uma, Oprah. Sadly, though, the samplings don't offer up. Oh no, yeah, here it is. PC Engine, sorry, PCE. So you got the PCE setting, as you can see, and it's not any more different. You know, saying it's not any more different. Like you could really see, see between Genesis and Saturn settings, you could really see the difference. But in terms of going into generic to 4.3 to Super NES, you know, saying there's no significant difference. So, you know, saying between both settings, high res. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, this is beauty. This is beauty. Mm-mm-mm. Moving along here. Bam. Look at that. Just look at that. Look at that, man. This the Retrotink did the Turbo-Grafx 16 justice, hands down, hands down. Do I have this on smooth? Yeah, I'll keep it on smooth. Hands down, it did it really does do the Turbo-Grafx 16 justice, and I'm gonna show you why in a second. Let me reset that. Oh, just look at that. Bonk's Adventure. Look at how clear that is. Oh man, look how clear that is. All right. So I found this game used in the wild. It was at J&L Games in New York City. I didn't think in a million years I would find a game like this. I don't know what the reviews are on the game, but they had it, and I went and grabbed it anyway. But I grabbed it anyway because, you know, the Turbo-Grafx 16 games in the wild is very, very, very. I want to safely say very hard. They're very hard. They're not easy. Like this one. You know what I'm saying? Like, the most common ones you're going to always find is Keith Courage. Hands down, you'll always find Keith Courage out in the wild used. But you'll never find something like this one. Tailspin. And this is sharp. You can see how smooth the islands are. And then you can see King Louis. You can see Louis, you know what I'm saying, his face gets a little nice and rounded. Like, the roundedness really works on the Turbo-Grafx 16 here. It really does work on the Turbo-Grafx 16. But this is not what made me very happy about this. What made me happy about this was this. Okay, when I tested out Tailspin on the Hyperkin, okay, this little device here, okay, this device was supposed to give you HD quality and all that stuff, right? Here, okay, this Hyperkin, what you're seeing on the screen, dark. You could not see Baloo. You could not see Baloo on the screen. You couldn't even see the trees on the screen. He was so dark and blended in with the trees, you couldn't see anything. You couldn't see anything. Okay? So when I got the Turbo Booster and I used the AV cables with this, he came out just a little bit more clear. Like, I could see, you know, Baloo, and I could see the trees a lot better, but it was still a little bit more darker. But it was still dark. So when I got the Retrotink, I can see Baloo. Just look at this. I see Baloo. I see every detail of the trees. And here's the one thing that I didn't even see in either the scaler or the hyperlink. That character in the foreground, right there. If you look to the left of the hippo, you see a pair of eyes. I didn't see that character in any of those. Not in the upscaler and not in the hyperkin. But I could see it right there on the Retrotink. Clear as day. Like, clear. I did not even know that was there. Okay, that's how bad the Hyperkin was and an upscaler is. And the Retrotink really fixed all that. It really fixed all that and made that very clear. You know, and that really really made me appreciate what Mike Chi did with the Retrotink. You know, like this system, you know, this thing really really benefits Turbo-Grafx 16 if you have it. But you gotta have the Turbo Booster or something, you know, something that can allow you to do that. That's the only key thing, though. The only reason why it's working is because I have the turbo booster. And there aren't, saying you'll have to rely on, if you don't have the turbo booster, I could tell you this right now. If you don't have the turbo booster, man, you'll have to go through unconventional means with your RF cable thing, because Hyperkin, no. I can't really recommend Hyperkin. If you really want to do the Hyperkin, just well, depending on what your situation is, but I really don't recommend the Hyperkin if you're looking to put this through the whole thing. You're better off just if you have the coaxial on the back, just run it through the coaxial, and just keep your colors. Whatever through the RF signal. If you have a chance at a turbo booster, grab it. But if you still want to do the HD, or if you don't have a coaxial in the back of your TV and you have to do the Hyperkin, totally get the Hyperkin. 100% get the Hyperkin, or you know what I'm saying, so that way you could play your game. Just so that way you could be able to play your game. But if you have the coaxial on the back of your TV, just stay on the coaxial. Stay on the coaxial. Don't do the Hyperkin. Keep your colors nice and crisp. Don't even do that. If you have a chance at getting the Turbo Booster or Turbo Booster Plus or the Turbo CD, get it if you've got the money for it. The Turbo Booster that I got only costed me $115. I don't know how much it's gonna cost with other stores. That was just the store that I went to. I don't know what the other stores will be charging for Turbo Boosters. But if you can get it for $115, between $100, $150, and you think you could afford it, grab it, and put that AV cable to the use. You know what I'm saying? It's just horrifying that Hyperkin didn't improve on their cord. But I think the biggest travesty really falls on NEC and Hudson, since they're the ones that were teaming up doing the Turbo-Grafx 16, for not having the AV cables already installed inside the system itself, and instead created a band-aid in the Turbo Booster. I hold that over their heads heavily. I think that was a stupid mistake, a stupid thing to do. I wouldn't even say it was a mistake. That was a decision. That was a business decision on their part, and that was a stupid business decision, because Nintendo, the NES, even though it only had 2 ports, still did the AV cable. And that was 1985 when they released the first NES, the first wave of the NES, and that the limited locations. I think it was New York and LA, the launch thing, with 1985. They released the Turbo-Grafx 16 in 1989. Okay, the Genesis was already on the horizon, and it was already using and it had those attachments, S card really. But my point is that in 1989, this should not have come without any of the AV ports. In 1989, the Ataris, the later Ataris were coming out with AV ports, and that's Atari. So, here's the surprise game that I got, that I actually lucked out on. A nice little shoot 'em up, a very rare shoot 'em up, and I mean rare because I never even heard of this game. You know what I'm saying? I'm like going through the list of Turbo-Grafx 16 games, and I somehow missed this name, because when I saw that, and it was and they confirmed, that it was official and everything, I was like, wow, I'm grabbing it. Hold on, let me get the business card here. Let me get the business card. Okay. Yeah, they kept their store name simple. They're just called Retro Classics. That's it. That's the name of the store. in Somerville, I'm not sure, is it Summer or Somer? I mean, it's spelled with an O. Somerville, New Jersey, on Division Street. It's right across the just like Game Zone in Hillsdale, New Jersey. Retro Classics is right across the street from directly across the street from the well, not directly, but it's only I think 2 blocks up. It's just 2 blocks up from the train station, and it's an easy it's an easy walk. It's like some kind of plaza. You know, it's like one of those mom and pop style plaza malls, open air plaza malls. And retro classics at the very end, where all the restaurants are at. Where all the restaurants are at. Easy to get to, very very easy to get to. 2 block walk, right out of the train station. Raritan Valley Line, I believe. Somerville train. Just head on down there. They had a whole bunch of. They had actually a good chunk of Turbo-Grafx 16 games on there. So I scooped some up, including this particular game, Dead Moon. From Natsume. How you say? Some of the games they had already, I already have, like Blazing Lasers and such. But I was able to scoop up this, Double Dungeons and Battle Royale. So but they have their store. Their store is pretty hardcore. I could tell you that right now. They're pretty the gentleman that I met with, that worked there was a pretty chill guy. He's a pretty chill guy. He's pretty chill. But how you say? When you want to talk about hardcore, I'm not sure for many of you who are around my age. Remember when you used to go to the TV repair shops, and you would see TVs strewn all over the place being repaired? You not just only saw like TV supplies, parts and such, but you also saw the TVs they were working on in the back, out in the open. Yeah, that's that type of place. That's Retro Classics. Like, you can actually see what's going on back there. You can't get back there, but you actually could see. And they got games everywhere. They got them in boxes. Brown boxes, cardboard boxes, solid boxes. They repair. They do a lot of they do repairs, including controller recalibrations and such. But they got games that are modified, systems that are modified. I think they have systems that are modified. I don't know. That I don't know yet. But whew, I mean, like every possible system I could think of, they have at least one game of. At least one game from that system, from that old system, from what I've seen. I feel it's not a big store. It's very small, and I still felt like I haven't seen everything that they got there. And they even got memorabilia, anime, Gundam memorabilia, anime stuff there. In addition to all the console memorabilia, video game memorabilia. They got a whole lot. But like I said, they're total hardcore. 100% hardcore. Like, I've never seen such a hardcore level before. Like, this is 1980s TV repair shop type store. Let's just take a quick peek at how well this game plays, and then I'm gonna test it out on the S cart. I'm not sure if the S carts are really that necessary, but man, being that this is a shoot 'em up, I already tested it out as a shoot 'em up, so I'm not making a big stink out of it. I kind of figured out it's not that difficult. I mean, it's a shoot 'em up. You know what I'm saying? It's 2 buttons. But I don't understand the weaponry yet. Oh, and I don't have to. Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't even have to switch up the turbo. The turbo switch. Just hold down the button, and it just does it automatically. I really appreciate that from Natsume. And there we go. Get that missile. So I'm gonna stop here because I want to save that for a live stream. For a live stream. But we're gonna test out the S cart. But yeah, New Jersey. If you're looking for solid game hobby stores, I'll say it very clearly. Game Zone in Hillsdale, New Jersey. Digital Press Video Games in Clifton, New Jersey, and Retro Classics at Somerville, New Jersey. you go to those 3 places, man. You'll be living the dream. You'll be living the dream. Like you'll all 3 of them combined, you're gonna find what you're looking for. I can that I could tell you. That I could tell you, you will find what you're looking for if you go to all 3 in a single day. You'll find what you're looking for. You won't miss out. And they're not bad people. All three stores, not bad people. They're all good. They're good people. They'll help you out. Let me get the input here. We're gonna just take a look at the S card and see how Dead Moon looks like. Okay. I don't know if this is S card ready, like the others are, but Turbo-Grafx 16 on the Retrotink, hands down. I kid you not. This is one of the most beautiful looking things I've ever seen. Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah, let me go to here. So yeah, that's smoothing. It's still pixelated as smoothing, but you know what? It's like it doesn't matter if he picks smooth or it just looks pretty. It looks very pretty. Yeah, so here's the gameplay. Yeah, put the game in action here. I still don't know. Yeah, I mean this is taster's choice because it's not wrong either way if you go sharp or if you go smooth. I know I haven't tried the other ones yet. Smooth, soft, medium. Yeah, medium and medium and soft. Yeah, there's a little difference on the soft there. It's non-existent. It's there, but it's just too. Yeah, it's not noticeable compared to smooth and sharp. So I'm trying. I think I can attribute that to. I think I could attribute that to being the Vizio that's doing that. I'm sure if I were to get a different TV, I probably would have a complete, totally different result and experience with my retro consoles. But on the OBS, as long as it looks pretty and beautiful to all of you, I know I'm gonna be able to deliver the best quality show for all of you when you watch me play these games. Yeah, this is actually very straightforward. I didn't even read the instruction booklet and I already understand. Well, I play a lot of shoot 'em ups anyway, so you know, it's basic 101. But yeah, there we go. Let's reset that. But yeah, Dead Moon. Yeah, this was a surprise game for me to have discovered. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew they have Airzonk, so I knew about Airzonk. I knew about games like Magical Chase, which I do warn you, don't expect to buy it. I've seen it firsthand. I've held it in my hand, and the pricing is not. It's definitely out of my pay rate. I don't think. Let me put it like this. I don't think no amount of Patreon or crowdfunding will be able to justify spending that exorbitant amount of money of Magical Chase. Okay. Alright. Let's switch over here while I put this away. So that was the Turbo-Grafx 16. Very beautiful, very clear, very crisp. Very lovely. Very, very lovely. Alright. And now finally the Atari 2600. Alright, so I'm going to put this away. So I'm putting this into a whole new section. Yeah, I'm going to put this to the side because I'm going to need this here. Alright, we're going to close out with the Atari 2600. This one was a bit of a nightmare because I'm an idiot. I was an idiot. And I'm an even bigger idiot for what I did. And you'll understand soon enough. I'm hoping that it'll look a little bit more cleaner on the live stream. There you go. Let me just put these away. That there. All right. I'm gonna put you up here. That's actually nice. Sure, that's good. That's good. The reason why I'm putting, I'm putting my Turbo-Grafx 16 next to the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo because I know I'm going to be playing that a little bit more than any of the other retro consoles. I have a feeling I'm going to be visiting that more so than anything else in terms of retro gaming. So, here we go. Atari 2600. This was the second console I had when I was a kid. It was my first official console. The second console, the first console that I actually experienced playing was this one of those knockoff Pong games. Knockoff Pong games that my old man brought when I was very, 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 very young. But I remember that Pong game, and what it was that the controller was just this square box. It was just this square box with a dial on it, but that went the way of the Dodo, and then came the Atari for me, all for me. The Atari 2600, my very first console, and then it disappeared. It disappeared. It went the way of the baseball cards. Given away, and I never saw it again. But I invested in it. I don't know how to explain it, but I went. But I was at this store in New York City. I forgot the name of it. I don't even know if it still exists, quite honestly. And it's not Video Games New York. It's near Video Games New York, in that vicinity. But I don't know if it's still there. Basically, I saw the Atari 2600, and I saw pretty much every single game in that box that they had that matched every single game I ever owned on that system. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if that was lightning in a bottle or what it is, but that was like a sign. And I went and I scooped it all up. Because I never forgot my list. I never forgot, the games that I had on the Atari 2600. It was just very clear in my mind. You know what I'm saying? It never went away. It never went away in my head. And seeing all of that, I was like, yeah, I'm picking that up. And the thing is that the Super Cobra one, and I don't know if that's I don't know if that was my brain tricking me, or if that was like a Mandela effect or something, but it really did look like my Super Cobra, the way that the thing looked, because there was a tear. Now I'll never forget the tear. I never forgot the tear on my Super Cobra cartridge, and I saw it on there, but I don't know if that was the Mandela effect talking, or if that's just me having lost the Atari and feeling that sad about it and such, like what I'm saying, like was my memories, my childhood memories playing tricks on me or something. But rather than take a chance, I went ahead and I scooped up every single I picked up all of them, what I'm saying. I picked the whole thing up, and it worked, still worked and everything. The system was a little different. The system was not with the cartridges though. The cartridges were isolated, so I wouldn't know which one of the systems was. But it was the old Darth Vader box, the black one, Atari 2600 that I owned. But in terms of what the what I anyway. Anyway, but what I should have done as a kid is I should have marked my name on that on those cartridges. Okay, there we go. If I had marked my name on those cartridges, I probably would have found them. I probably would have known if that was really those games or not. But it's just like the odds of that happening so astronomical. But I just couldn't ignore it either. But nevertheless, if not, I'm saying it was lightning in a bottle, and I got to snatch up all the games, saying that I used to own and just enjoy it. Actually, I should do it this way. So you're probably wondering where this second plug is coming from. Well, I have a VCR. And the only way you could play the Atari in any capacity, is like this. Now I have this this box. I'm not even gonna dig it out. But if you're familiar with this, you know that it came with a switcher, with this little switch box where you switch between the Tenna and the Atari. You know what I'm saying? And all the Ataris came with this. But later on, people found that you could use this, as you can see here. Okay, you plug the RCA right into here, and now you have a coaxial. Okay, so what you would do is, if you want that AV out, if you want to really use the AV out, you would put this to the back of your VCR, as long as it has the AV out, like this. And then you take the AV plugs, and then you put those to the back of the TV, and then you're able to play it through AV, through the AV. Now the thing is that you're running it through the whole spiel. How you say? You're running it through. It's fuzzy. It shows its age when you do that. When you run it through the VCR and everything, and it's not like perfect clarity, perfectly clear thing. And not only that, but VCRs are very big, and I still have my VCR, and it still works, and it still did what it did with the Atari. No more than maybe a week and a half ago, before I got this little device. But if I wanted to do live streams with the Atari 2600, I did not want the VCR up here, because it is big, and sitting the Atari on top of the VCR, and then you're hearing all that VCR, saying it's like, and it's not even really super clear. It's not. Why did I say super clear? Why did I say super clear? Have I become a zoomer? But I'm an Xer. Anyway, what I did was I put in the order for this device. This is called a demodulator. I bought this device because it's fresh and new, and I don't have to worry about weakening the VCR any further. My VCR still works. It still plays videos and everything, but it's also old, and I don't want to find out that it died because I was running the Atari. I'd rather it die playing movies for me. So what I did was I bought this demodulator, and it's called a demodulator. They're very expensive. I got mine's the cheapest on the cheap at $80, but I can assure you it is not. It is anything but cheap. And what you do, and this is designed, for I forgot what it was designed for. It was definitely not designed for this. I can tell you that much. But what it does is that this does what the VCRs do when you plug them in, and then you take the coaxial of your Atari, and you slip that in here. Okay. And then you take your AV cables. You take your AV cables just like this. Okay. And then you stick them in here. Just like that. Then you gotta check. Now, you gotta do the one thing that I didn't do, and I failed to do, and that is check your channel. See, the Atari, at least in my area here, the Atari 2600 always functioned on channel 3. So you have the Atari set to channel 3. It's the channel switcher, and you would have your TV set to channel 3. So that was always my instincts. So I'm thinking, it could only be played on channel 3, channel 3, channel 3. And when I started using this, the demodulator, well, not so much the demodulator. When I started plugging this to the back of the TV, I was getting nothing but snow. Nothing but snow. And I did everything, the cable and everything, doing the cable, all the cable stuff and everything. Like, I ran through the whole entire course and everything. And then I was like, okay, maybe it's the RF, because I went online and says, oh, you got all this snow? Go to the RF. So for the very first time in my entire life, I actually cracked open a console. And so I cracked this open, which is very easy because you know which is very easy to open with the right screwdriver. Well, the basic Phillips screwdriver, as long as it's the right size. And I went in. I learned about the hex key, using the hex keys to tinker around. So I'm like tinkering and tinkering, and then all of a sudden I looked at the channel, and I said to myself, "Self, we had this set to 3. Have we tried channel 2?" So I switched everything to channel 2, and it happened. This happened. It popped on. Here we go. And there it is. Let's move this on over. So once again, dum, dum, dum. And in the process, because I tinkered around with that RF box, this happened. As you notice, it's very, very pixelated looking. Like, it looks all scratchy. I don't know. I don't know if it's age or if it's because I was using the hex key, twisting the RF cable, and I did as best as I could to really straighten it out, and it still came out like this, and it ended up coming out like this. So whatever clarity I had, I killed it because I didn't think for 1 minute. Oh, and you got to be very, very careful too here when you're moving this around, because remember, this is still antenna-like. This is still like handling an antenna. It'll do that and it will reset. But yeah, this is about as clear as it's gonna get. This is about as clear as it's gonna get. The reason why I can't play this one is because why is this falling off? Do I have to get myself a whole new? Yeah, see, you see it now. I had it nice and clear, and now it's gone. Wow, it actually came out nice and clear at one point, huh? You saw it too, right? Well, who am I talking to? Here we go. I guess that's close enough. Well, it's about as close as it's gonna get. Yeah, it's about as close as it's gonna get. I might I do have another AV cable. I might reconsider, opening that one. It's unopened, but I might consider opening that one, just for this. But yeah, when I see it, because I'm moving the cables around, this doesn't want to stay in place. I think I'm gonna have to swap cables. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, there we go. There. Wow, I can't believe this keeps sliding out. Hold on a second. See, this is why this cord really is stupid, because of the way that they did this. I don't understand why they set it up, set the cord up the way they did. I do have another. I do have plenty of AVs. I'll definitely swap. I'll definitely swap them out. Yeah, this is about as clear as it's gonna ever get as a game. Yeah, see, I don't have the paddles because this is a paddle game. I do have the paddles. I just don't have. They're in the drawers and I didn't pull them out. But yeah, this is about as clear as it's gonna get from what I could see. I think this is a miracle for now. I mean, it's not like super clear, like real clarity clear, but this is about as close as it's gonna get. And I'll take it, whatever I can, so long as I don't have this crazy snowing or and such. See, it's starting to happen now. Yeah, you can see it. You can see what looks like snow. But I think if I could figure out some way. I don't know. That's something that's gonna have to be figured out. But yeah, always check your channel before you start cracking open your Atari 2600. That's my advice. That's my advice to all of you out there. Don't go into your Atari 2600 until you check your channel settings for 2 and 3. So, hey, look at that. That's a little clearer now. Hey, that's actually a little clearer. Okay. So yeah, you gotta consider the positioning of your Atari 2600 because again, it's like you're handling an antenna here. It really feels that way, like you're handling an antenna. There we go. And the joystick still works, thank goodness. So, yeah, this is about as clear as it's going to get. And, you know, you take what you can get. Yeah, you know, you got to take what you can get. Small, it's the little victories. As long as you guys can see it nice and clear. If you guys can see it nice and clear, you know, that's all that's important. Pac-Man. I was like into this game. You know, being that I was a little kid, I didn't fully comprehend, you know, game design. All I cared about was that I was playing Pac-Man on the Atari 2600. I'm sure a lot of the teenagers and adults back in the early 80s was like screaming bloody murder seeing Pac-Man like this. But me being that I was still a kid, I was like probably around 5 or 6 at this time. I don't remember exactly when, but I know I got this. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a crash. All I knew was that Pac-Man happened and I wanted Pac-Man. The innocence of childhood. But now, you know, being grown, you know, being an adult now and involved in game design, yeah, this is a nightmare. I mean, it still plays, surprisingly enough. They got up, down, left, right correct, but anyway, let me stop here because I should be saving that for an actual live stream. That type of critique for an actual live stream. So, what is the third and final game that I'm going to test the Atari on? This is a game that I actually came across, and the name was cool. But I didn't even know it was what it was and that it was it. Kung Fu Master. That's right. The NES Kung Fu, the Game Boy sequel, Kung Fu, also called Kung Fu Master. This came out in 1984, 1987. Well, 1987. So this came out much later, apparently. But yes, it's that Kung Fu. There we go. Start the game up. Yep. And all you do is kick. Oh, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Oh, there we go. Oh, got caught. That's all right. Game reset. But yeah, that Kung Fu on the Atari. This was pretty cool. So that's what it looks like overall. I don't think no amount of well, this is smoothed out, but no amount is gonna really fix this whole thing with the Atari. I mean, look, I could sharpen it. There's our pixels. I could smooth it. The pixels are gone. You know, it doesn't matter for this one because I'm never gonna get the clarity. I'll never get clarity on this unless I buy a whole new system. And I don't think it's gonna even matter if I do buy another Atari 2600, another used one. That's pretty much it. Let's see if this can actually run through the S card. Let's see if it can run through the S card. I mean, I'm sure it will, but I don't think it's gonna make that big a difference. I don't think it's gonna make that big of a difference here. All right, one last thing. Settings, input. I remembered. I remembered. Let's see. Oh, there it is. And much worse than before. Oh, wow. That actually looks much worse than I could imagine. uh, it's trying. It's trying. Okay. It's clearing up. It's clearing up. It's probably just the whole booting thing. But you can see on the gray, you can see all those pixels running all over the place on the gray there. Let's see here. Yeah, I got caught. Yeah. Oh, look how fast that. Wow. Okay. All right. There we go. Actually, I'll leave this on. I'll leave it on like that. All right. So that was it. Oh my gosh. I gotta put all these wires away. Oh man. Oh man. I really outdid myself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch the AV cables here because these, I mean, they work, but I just grossly underestimated how stupid their design is for the cord. I know I got better AV cables that doesn't have stupid design, so I'll have that all fixed up. But yeah, let me just move. Let me move these games over here. Okay. So let me just use this time to talk. So this is what the whole purpose of the stream is to test out how Twitch, testing out Twitch, the OBS, the Retrotink, all this output along with my Vizio, to see how they can handle live streaming in and of itself. And from what it looks like, aside from that one little hiccup that gave me an encoding warning, it looks like it's been moving. It worked very well. I don't know how well the it looks at the OBS overall. I'll have to take a look, like really take a look and get a good idea of the consoles. In terms of the games themselves, I'll definitely will visit PlayStation 2 now that it turned out to be a lens cleaning issue, and thankfully not the motor itself. This laser lens. This is pretty good. Best Buy Essentials. If you see it, grab it. It'll clean CD, DVD, and Blu-ray players. So yeah, I do recommend getting this, and definitely if clean the lens first before going into drastic assumptions. Okay, I'm just trying to get these off the ground here so I don't accidentally step on them and ruin these wonderful games and their wonderful stuff. I hope all of you had a great time. Especially if you're watching the recording. I hope you all enjoyed watching the recordings too of all these consoles of mine. With the exception of the Wii, because I did not like how that came out. And I'm not going to go through a big process to try to straighten it out, widescreen it, or anything. The Wii U is backwards compatible to Wii games, and as seen in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, it did the widescreen pretty well. It looked really nice. It looked really crisp, and I'm going to stick with that for all Wii games instead of torturing myself. Messing with the settings and such, and trying to figure it all out. Okay, so Turbo-Grafx 16 is most likely going to get more airtime because I really invested a lot into those games. Like, I really went all out getting those games, like literal hunt. You know what I'm saying? It's like I could find a Super Nintendo. It has to do with the rarity because, like, Super Nintendo, they're everywhere. NES, they're everywhere. Atari, Atari 2600 is in abundance. Like you can't miss a single one. But Turbo-Grafx 16, it's a miracle. It's always a miracle, and given my region here, it was nothing short of a miracle that I was able to find 5 stores, 5 hobby shops, video game hobby shops that had Turbo-Grafx 16 games, the Turbo Booster, the Turbo Booster and so on, and I just scooped them up. Whatever I didn't have on the list, I scooped it up. So I have a sizable library, and I'm going to make sure that that I get my hands on it, because the library is very small, and I really do love the Turbo-Grafx 16. And I was only able to get so much when I was a kid, you know what I'm saying, because I also had the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo, the NES. So everything had to be, and then by then the Turbo-Grafx 16 went like you couldn't find them anywhere anymore, and the Super Nintendo became the dominant alpha game, the alpha console in my house. The alpha console. So where did the rest of those games go? Oh wow, they really went down here. Okay, well they're okay because I know I'm not gonna step on those cords. I'll be able to pick those up soon enough. Yeah, so I got a lot of cord. I'm kind of jumbling the chords down, so I better stop here. But yeah, there's gonna be more Turbo-Grafx 16 games going on here. Yeah, let me switch out. Let me switch over here so that way I can properly speak to you all. But basically, yeah. This is there's no Evercade, no ROMs or any of that stuff happening here. It's all retro consoles, for the most part. I don't know if I'll be doing Evercade or the ROMs and such. That's going to rely on circumstances. I got Steam, so I could get games off Steam, especially more recent games. I'm not gonna have the console I don't have PlayStation 5, and I don't have the latest Xbox, and I doubt I'm going to be picking those up anytime soon. I got way too many consoles here and too big of a backlog, and I really want to play these games and maybe even beat some of these games if I can. Which I probably will. I don't know. We'll have to see. Depends on what they are. But yeah, that's the circumstances here, and that's what you all are in store for if you're interested for the ride. If you're interested in the ride, the library's while sizable, respectable size. It's not, like I said, as big as say Angry Video Game Nerd. It's not that big. You know what I'm saying? It's not that extraordinarily large. So don't expect to see some weird trippy game like Tomato Kingdom, Princess what was it, Princess something in the Tomato Kingdom. Don't expect to see games like that. Or Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Don't expect seeing things like that. That's gonna I gotta be very very frugal. Try to be frugal. No, anyway, that's beside the point. So let's see. So you're not gonna see the Wii console in and of itself, but you will see Wii games through the Wii U, along with Wii U games. Dreamcast will definitely. I got so many fighting games. There's definitely gonna be roster runs, but I also got classic some of the solid games, and NES depends on my mood. Because again, it's the wavy lines situation. I gotta try and figure out how to get rid of the wavy lines. If I could get rid of those, if I could find some way to get either the capacitors fixed or some way to circumvent those wavy lines, saying it's gonna be a very long time before the NES gets airtime. Super Nintendo, I had it fixed for a reason. Fixed for a reason, and that's gonna get airtime, most definitely. So, same with the Atari 2600. I went on my way to get the demodulator. It's not going to be pretty, as you can see on the screen. As you saw on the screen, it's not going to be pretty unless I can find some way to really get that clarity. But there will be airtime for the Atari 2600. PlayStation 2, I don't have an extremely large library. Like, I don't have. I'm not past 15 games. And most of the PS2 games are on Steam or Nintendo Switch and so on. So there's not going to be much airtime as opposed to, say, PlayStation 3, where I got games like Dead Space and Uncharted, and I'm willing to revisit those games for all of you. And I got PS1 games, mostly JRPGs, primarily JRPGs. I don't have any other type of PS1 game but JRPGs, so so that's going to be on Splatterbomb Lounge. GameCube, tons of, I got plenty enough Game Boy games across the 3 platforms, the original, the color, the advance. That's gonna get airtime with the Game Boy player, and I got good solid GameCube games. I even scooped up a few that I saw in the wild used. So that's gonna get airtime. N64 definitely. I don't have a lot of N64 games, but as you see, I got games like Perfect Dark, which I never played, and I'm willing to revisit some favorites like Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon. Let's see what else. Switch. As for the current Switch, yep, I have the largest library out of all my consoles, the Switch, and that's definitely getting airtime without a doubt. You're gonna be seeing a lot of Switch games happening. So that's the itinerary. There will. I doubt I'm going to be adding any more consoles in the near future. I'm going to stick with what I have down pat. And yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, the other thing, I do have DS and 3DS, but I don't have any mods or anything where I could be able to hook that up onto the TV and play those cards right off of the whole thing. If yeah, basically, and Steam, of course. I got Steam. I can get games off Steam and play right off the PC, which was the whole purpose of buying the gaming rig. If you want to know what the gaming rig is, it's the Omen 40L. I got that, and I liked it because I can upgrade it and get new parts for it when that time comes. So, I don't have to worry about building my own gaming rig. I can modify it. So, yeah, this is pretty much it. Thank you all for joining me. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. This was a great showcase. I hope you all had a great time. I look forward to seeing all of you in future shows. Please, by all means, don't be strangers. Lurk around. You know what I'm saying, and so forth and so on. Let's see. Is that it? Yeah. Oh yeah. I have Virtual Boy, but there's no way we could do that. There's no way we'll be able to do that one. But most definitely, I look forward to entertaining all of you with my retro consoles, and I'm hoping that I deliver you the best gaming. Thanks to Retrotink, I'm hoping that the screen is nice and clear, 60 frames per second. I'm still stuck at 720p until I can get affiliate on Twitch. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So with that said, I thank you all for joining me, and I wish you all a good night, a buenas noches, and oyasumi nasai. Oh yeah, one more thing. Sorry, one more thing that I completely forgot, and I'm sure that I completely forgot. Retrotink is definitely awesome, but just to give you all a heads up, if you don't have component consoles, if you don't have the older model GameCube consoles with component cables, and you don't have component cables for the PS2 and the Wii or any other console that uses components, if you don't pick this up. It's very expensive because it does component and composite. Go with the Retrotink 2X Pro, which is exclusively composite and S-card. And it does the same exact thing as the 5X Pro. It's just that it's set to 2X. So I just thought I'd warn you all, because this is the most expensive out of the two. But this, yeah, real awesome. Thank you all. Have a good night. Buenas noches and oisu minasai.